a vast prehistoric world yet to be discovered.
Oh, who are they going to talk about here, everybody? Patron saint of vertebrate paleontology? Hero to us all? Who are we going to talk about now in this? If you know, type her name into chat. Not Jack Horner. No, yeah, and not Sir Richard Owen, Javasaurus. Good guess, though. We're talking about the right time period, at least, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, Daikaiju, Mary Anning.
No one dreamed sea monsters could be real.
To become a paleontologist is to start working in a museum. If you have a museum near where you live, try to start working in that museum. Whether it's as a volunteer, or even a custodian, or whatever you can do to put yourself in that museum and start talking to scientists, start talking to other paleontologists. Become involved in the museum there, and that can be your fast track to a career in paleontology. That is what I started doing when I was in high school. I was, I think, 14 years old when I started working at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Here I am working on, well, we're not going to be doing a very long stream today. My crew is going to be getting into town in probably about half an hour, so I'll have to wrap things up then and go meet them to do the shopping and then go set up camp. But, yeah, we're going to be out digging dinosaurs here. I'm very excited about that, and that's what would not have been possible without this community, so thank you, everybody, for contributing during the fundraiser. You know, our grants fell through, and we didn't have any other funding, so we're going to be doing this because of you, so thank you for that. Yeah. Basic level, and they go, oh, that makes sense. Especially if you can tell it to them like a story. We as human beings are storytelling creatures, you know? We think about things in terms of narrative. And when you just give somebody a fact, they can just throw it away. It's not going to stick in their brain. It's not a compelling story. If you can take your facts and you can string together a story from them, though, that is a way to get somebody to actually care about an idea. So yeah. I don't know. And I think respect is a really important thing, too. Not sneering at people, not going, oh, you're stupid. That's the easiest way to lose somebody, you know? Yeah. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. Don't just talk about bikes, teach them to ride one. There you go, Trek Nerd. I like that a lot. Be able to help out with this emergency.
One of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Did that really just happen there? Gift subs this minute. 100 gift subs 3 minutes. Incredible. Horror X, I don't know what to say. It is insanity, sacrificial goat. Holy moly. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Nor the 250 community members who just had a gift subscription. It's pretty big. It's pretty darn big. Almost, you know, honestly, it's too big. Who thought this was a good idea to evolve a skull this size, you know? Who thought this was a good idea? Tyrannosaurs, man. He's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend. And, yeah, teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
Yeah, dude, guys, you gotta have to follow this. This is one of my favorite, like, ASMR channels. You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god.
I appreciate
Massachusetts are watching?
I bet you there are probably a couple
From
people.
Massachusetts.
Really? Do you want to wave to the camera and say hi to everybody in Massachusetts?
Hi.
This was her second to last state. We just got back from Montana, so now she's done them all.
Oh wow, very nice. 50 states.
Second to last. Who's the last state?
Wait,
Montana was the last.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nana might be watching.
Yeah, you think so?
Hi, Nana.
All right, bye. Have a good day.
You too. So imagine a world without grasses, basically. And prior to the early Cretaceous, you go back to the Jurassic period, no flowers. A world without flowers and without grasses. No flowering plants. The angiosperms are the group of plants that, you name a plant and chances are it's going to be an angiosperm. That whole group didn't even evolve until the early Cretaceous period. So instead, you had what we call gymnosperms and other plants like that. You had conifers, like pine trees, redwoods, stuff like that. You had ferns, you had cycads, horsetails and club mosses and spike mosses. But stuff like this, the sagebrush, this is a flowering plant, as I understand it. This is an angiosperm. These guys did not exist during the Cretaceous period. They had not evolved yet. Oh, is that already a trash bucket?
It's like 2/3 trash, but we're not gonna throw it away. We're just gonna we'll check it out before we do. But
Cool.
okay. Any other container?
Dinosaur paleontology isn't rocket surgery. It's not that complicated. Okay, let's go stand over on the side somewhere so we're not blocking traffic as much.
Oh, I know exactly who you are.
Oh, yeah?
Hold on, the paleontology guy.
That's me? Yeah.
I follow you.
You do?
I really do. I swear to God, bro. No. Let's look at the followage. I was trying to stream snipe somebody else, but since you're here, hold on. No, paleontology guy, right?
Yeah. Just search paleo and I come right up. That's me at the top.
Yes, bro. Watch. I'm not. No cap. No. I'm sorry to.
No, you're great.
I'm sorry to distract.
We're streaming right now. This is
Oh my God, bro. No way, bro. I got to do the followage. I just want to see.
Eagles will take them out once in a while.
They'll take up pronghorn?
Oh, yeah.
The juveniles or adults?
Adults, even.
Holy cow.
Yeah, eagles out here will take out deer.
A golden eagle.
I've had someone, witness golden eagles taking out a deer.
I've heard accounts of that.
They just heard the screaming, and they're like, what the heck's going on? It was in this kind of PJ stuff, a little thicker than this, way low on the PJ habitat. And they come around, and all of a sudden, here's this deer just bleeding, and this golden eagle's just bombing it, and just raking it with its talons.
Shoot!
And this poor deer is just screaming, because it's there's nothing it can do.
It can't escape. It's coming out of the sky.
Yeah, and I use a picture in talks when I say, birds aren't dangerous, showing an eagle taking out a pronghorn adult. And,
that's nuts.
It's nasty. I mean, because they don't do it fast.
Yeah.
It is, for those big animals, when they decide they're going to take one out, it takes a while.
Shoot, and if a 10-pound eagle can do that, imagine what a Utah raptor could do.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's
insane. Same basic kind of body shape too. I mean, bipedal, got the big claws.
But you look at dromaeosaurs, their radiation. We're talking, what is it, Halzacosaurus?
Yeah, Halscaraptor.
Yeah, which is basically a goose raptor.
Do you think dinosaurs are put
and
together
then the Ulanlegids.
Yeah, Ulanlegids over
in
your
the southern
head.
hemisphere.
Yeah, with the
those are probably fish eaters.
Elongate rostrum.
I mean, we're just seeing that the diversity of dromaeosaurs is so high compared to what we thought, in the past.
Oh, so fired. There was a big pile of rocks on top of it. Fisher. Oh, and it's on live stream too. Oh, you're so in trouble.
ruined.
Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
Should we, please?
I think so.
Yeah.
We have these nails that we use to make our mapping grid.
Yeah.
Later, if you want, I could show you one of the maps from last year.
Can you point to the nail right there?
Yeah, there's one here.
They're, as you can tell, Chet, they're kind of hard to spot sometimes.
Yeah. And there's little nails, and we have some larger nails.
Yeah.
That one says 50 east, 96 north. So the north line goes this way, east west line goes this way. And so when we map the bones, we have a little meter square that we put over, and then we draw our map on our little square of graph paper, and so that's how we map the bones in. And it's really nice to have the grid squares from last year, because that way it's consistent, and then we don't have to reset the grid, which also has some inaccuracies. So I always tell people the most important thing out here, even more important than the fossils or our health or having dinner, is to make sure that you do not mess with the nails. And so Fisher knows that well. He's been here for 3 seasons, and that one was kind of a vulnerable nail because we are moving dirt here. And so that we wouldn't mess with it, we actually put a big pile of rocks around it.
Oh, well, that disguised the nail.
Covered it in
And
matrix.
somebody
and then...
forgot that there was a nail under the pile. The tag is gone. No dinner for him tonight.
The transition of whales from land to water is pretty well documented, and it's getting better and better every single year. The evolution of whales is a truly fascinating period in the history of life on Earth. It's such a cool example of how paleontology works, you know? Right at the beginning.
Might be kind of tough to pry here.
Oh yeah, it's moving.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Reshift a bit. Right here. I feel like I got a pretty good hand held here. We could probably just flip it in hands. All right, ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Watch your foot, Spencer.
Oh, nicely done, nicely done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sweet. Okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any bones. That's just
Excellent.
that iron concretion that kind of looks like bone. That, I'm not sure what that is. That looks like plant material, I think. So yes, a successful flip there.
Very nice, guys, very nice. And when somebody asks you about it, you could say, yes, this one here is a replica. The real thing I donated to a museum, or I funded its excavation. That's because of me. And they were so grateful for that that they gave me this to show off. How much cooler is that? It's the difference between being a benevolent philanthropist, making the world a better place, and being a Bond villain, you know? Like, ha ha ha, Mr. Bond. Before you die, let me show you my genuine Tyrannosaurus fossil that I am keeping away from the scientists so that no one can learn from it or appreciate it apart from me, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Now you want a replica UberWorks? No, I like to think of Stegosaurus as being kind of sprightly, graceful.
I could do it, however, with Godzilla. So we'll see.
You get wrecked, Larry Martin.
Or less than the third of working with tech. Always assume it'll work. And then feign disgust and shock when it doesn't. Yeah, so this teaches the technology that you have high expectations for it. Yeah.
Bill A says, do we know how the site was discovered? No, it's a total mystery. No one has any idea how this dinosaur was first. I'm kidding. A paleontologist from the University of Bath in England was visiting us last June, and he found some pieces of ceratopsian frill eroding out of the hillside. And so we all got together and followed it up, found the source, and we found some more frill bones in there. So we knew we had a ceratopsian dinosaur, a horned dinosaur. Last summer we could only dig a small hole because we were only working with a prospecting, aka surface collection permit. This year we got a full-on excavation permit, so we could dig a great big hole and find this bone and several others that we've already gotten out of the ground. And with any luck, we'll get... I've never seen them swim away so fast. It's kind of... It's interesting to see. He's not happy. push him back to shore. Like a tugboat. Nope. Not so fast. We get a big collective paleo salute for Claire Burr. Let's get those going in the chat. Thank you very much, Claire. It's a big deal. We love calamari. Yes, indeed. Yeah, calamari Dunbury, right? Bullethobo? And applause, yes. Thank you, Claire. Do you think the scientists in the Pokemon games that can turn fossils back into living animals are ethical? Animation, I think I would have more problems with Pokemon than that. Pokemon basically like dogfighting. Not in like the cool airplane sense, in like the dog sense. Yeah, that rat. It's a raven. If anybody at home has got a Prius and they want to be able to take it off-road, look up Prius Off-Road. There's a company in Chico, California, where they produce these lift kits for them. So it gives you just enough ground clearance where you won't scrape when you're going over rough terrain and stuff, and it allows you to put larger tires on it. So I'd recommend that. Yeah. Like worldview on a foundation of sand, you know? Like, if all of your faith is tied to this idea that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, you're setting yourself up for failure, because we know for a fact that is not the case. So, yeah, it's a losing proposition. Like, don't sabotage yourself like that. Oh boy. Anyhow, yeah. And, Waffle House is the stuff on the wall.
Yes, you're the biggest man in the world now, and you're covered in gold.
14-karat gold? Take a hike, boss. I'm running things now.
All hail King Homer.
Gotta get rid of that winter coat. Oh, hey, you watch yourself. I know you're the landlord, but I know my rights. I know my rights. Science is it's a way of thinking about the world. It's a way of asking questions. It's a way of testing ideas. It's a way of being curious about things in an organized way. Anyone can be good at science. Like, if you can formulate questions and you can think about stuff, you can be good at science. You know? I think there are so many people around the world who think that they're bad at science, and it's just that they've never been taught science properly. And there are vested interests that want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these concepts and stuff, and we'll talk about that. That's what this clip is leading up to. What is digitigrade? I can show you, Will of the Winds. I can show you right here. So digitigrade just means that an animal walks on its toes. That's how it's...
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
Actually up in the air. There's a big fleshy pad that would go underneath that. So they walk on their toes, and most mammals do. There's only a few plantigrade mammals. There's us. There's other critters like bears. I think raccoons might also be plantigrade. Yeah, but most mammals, like this ancient killer pig here, this entelodont, they walk on their toes. So this is a wooden model skeleton along with a cast skull. But it'll do the trick. It'll still show us. Right there, you've got the heel that's up in the air. So this whole thing is the foot right there. And I think that's the calcaneum up top, and that's up in the air. Like right here. Science. The truth is with science. Science is real. Science is real. Science is real. Science is real, from anatomy to geology. The science is real, from astrophysics to biology. Now a scientist. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, everyone. It is wonderful to have you here. Happy Tuesday. Sorry I'm late. It's a typical Tuesday thing. I got stuck talking to somebody after a seminar today, and as a result, wasn't as early as I should have been for the train. That caused me to miss the bus as well, so otherwise I would have been just a few minutes late instead of 40 plus minutes late. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to be here. We're gonna have a fun stream today. There is so much fossil news to go over. We'll be getting into that, and we might even have time to continue that documentary about the history of our planet Earth as well. We'll see. The one that we started on Earth Day. Anywho, everybody, it's good to have you here. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And as a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I work on, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, and what I dig up during the summers. In 1 month exactly now, we'll be back out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming. And I'm very excited about that. We'll be streaming it. I'm going to try and stream every single day in the month of June, so we'll see how that goes. Weather and technology permitting. That's what we'll be doing.
Reptiles owned the skies,
Creatrix
the
Brit.
land, and the sea. And the greatest of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Yeah, thank you for the 36 months. Holy cow. It's extraordinary. Thank you, Creatrix Brit. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist. This is how I can afford to live here and pay these landlords like Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Let's go ahead and let's get her some treats because she is very keen on that right now, aren't you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. You're very keen on those treats. Huh. Yeah. First time live, says Roke Mata Fuke. Good to be here, especially after the electro surge. Oh, were you in Europe, where there was that major outage? I'm sorry. I'm glad you've got electricity again. Would love to know your thoughts on Miragaia. I was actually just talking with Jim Kirkland about Miragaia the other day. It's got some weird spikes on it. Jim happens to think that the plates on that critter, the plates and spikes, he thinks that the Portuguese paleontologists have got that correct. And he thinks it could be the same animal as Dacentrurus. But anyway, Miragaia, this kind of mysterious stegosaur from Europe. It's known from Spain and Portugal and possibly England, possibly the UK. Really interesting critter. I don't know too much about it myself, and I've never actually published on stegosaurs. But Miragaia is one of those ones that's more popular than you might imagine. Here, I'll show you something. To the point where you can even get like cheapo plastic models of it. Here. I thought I had it right here, but I guess not. I'm not sure where that went. But I have a plastic Miragaia. Yeah. It's a knockoff of this one, which is by Safari. The one I have is hollow plastic. I think Lordy actually bought it for me. Where was that? It looks like it's a knockoff of this one. Is this it? No, that's the original. Anyhow, we've got, oh boy, yeah, they're saying the rent is late. I've got to pay both my landlords right now, Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie. Let's get that done, shall we? Oh, here we go. Got some for Minnie. We got some for Sweetie. We got some more for Minnie. Well. How about it, cats? What do you think? Pretty good? I don't think I've paid them both at the same time before. I need to have Moon Pie jump up. I haven't seen Moon Pie since I got home. Again, I just got home a few minutes ago. I scarfed down some lunch real quick. Luckily, I already had our background set up for today. But this is what Tuesdays are like. I usually go to the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley on Tuesdays. So, yeah, there's me today at Berkeley with the T-Rex skeleton. Yeah. Anywho. And Yenzoku says, do the companies who produce dinosaur models need any intellectual rights to make them? They do not. I think it's actually one of the most beautiful things about dinosaurs is they're not copyrightable. Like, you can't copyright a dinosaur. They're... at least not like a dinosaur species or genus. Yeah, dinosaurs are, by their very nature, public domain. In the same way that you can't copyright an animal. You can't say like, oh yeah, cats, those are property of Paleontologizing Inc. You can't do that. It you know, it's a species of organism. You can't copyright that. Same with dinosaurs. Anyhow, yeah. And they're millions of years old. It's true, Kenny H.Y., but also organisms today are not copyrightable. Unless maybe you were to produce them yourself somehow, but there are like ethical and legal debates over whether or not you could copyright, say, a genetically modified organism or something. Yeah. You can copyright an image of an organism. If you take a picture of a tiger or something like that, you know, you can own the rights to that photo, but... There. A few years back, there's even a Wikipedia article about it. Shoot. Between 2011 and 2018, a series of disputes took place about the copyright status of selfies taken by Celebes crested macaques using equipment belonging to British wildlife photographer David J. Slater. The disputes involved Wikimedia Commons and the blog TechDirt, which have hosted the images following their publication. So since the monkeys took these photos of themselves, who owns the copyright to that? Can a monkey own the copyright to an image? You can own the copyright to an image of a monkey if you took the photo, but if the monkey takes the photo, then what's up with that, you know?
Fossil skeletons are never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
Millhouse316, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here, Millhouse. Welcome. Yeah. It's the Bee movie all over again? I never saw that, Carnotaurus. Monkey selfie lawsuits. There we go. There we are.
Big board, a battle in court like we have never seen before. It's over selfies taken by a monkey. His name is Naruto. The photos went viral after he snapped them with a nature photographer's camera.
And those images set off a heated copyright debate, and now the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals is hearing arguments in what could be a landmark decision on animal rights. Candace Gibson has the story.
I think this is a little bit goofy.
Who really owns these world-famous selfies snapped by an Indonesian monkey?
Monkey see, monkey sue will not do in federal court.
The wildlife photographer whose camera captured this toothy grin is fighting a lawsuit by animal rights group PETA on behalf of Naruto, which it claims is the simian shutterbug who picked up David J. Slater's camera and snapped the selfies.
The definition of an authorship turns on he who originates. It doesn't look at the he, she, who, or what.
The smiling self-portrait was later sold by Slater and also used as the cover for his book about wildlife personalities. PETA says any proceeds from the book or sales of the image should be turned over to benefit the monkey. According to Slater's lawyers,
Interesting idea.
Well, bananas.
It makes no sense to allow a monkey to enforce a copyright suit. But if you're going to do that, it's equally absurd to deny a monkey written notice.
Naruto wouldn't need written notice. Maybe the other macaque monkeys in Indonesia would.
That's precisely right, Your Honor.
The Ninth Circuit Court now considering the appeal of PETA's case, which was dismissed by a lower court, saying since Naruto's not a human, he's out of luck. For Good Morning America, Candace Gibson, ABC News, New York.
All right,
so there you go.
Austin joins us now. I mean, the selfie itself put a smile on my face, but
it's a great
people are chuckling watching what's happening in court. Is there any shot that PETA will win this and the monkey will have the rights to the photo?
I don't think so. It sounds a lot like monkey business.
Yes.
Did you like that one? Did you like that one? You know, the legal question is
TV
whether
news
or
is
not
so dumb. Sorry. It just is. I think if PETA were really serious about that case, they would have brought the monkey there to the courtroom. Dressed him up in a little suit and everything. Yeah. I think I don't know. Don't get me started on how PETA has set back the animal rights movement by decades. We're not going to talk about that at the beginning of today's stream. Oh, sorry, Mini Pie. I'm sorry. I'm making loud noises. Making loud noises in your house. Sorry about that. Anywho. Yeah. I think more things would be taken seriously if they were presented by monkeys in suits, Lordy. Yeah. Or... yeah, you know, great literature. Yeah. Okay.
This is 1,000 monkeys working at 1,000 typewriters. Soon, they'll have written the greatest novel known to man. Let's see. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey. You shut up.
Anywho. Yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus was asking if the Protoceratops is new. No, this is one of the first big 3D prints I ever did. This is back in 2021 or 2022 that I did this. Yeah, it shows up from time to time. I didn't have a great deal of time to set up today's background, given that today's been a very busy day. I went to Berkeley to go to the weekly seminar that we have throughout the semester. Different paleontologists, students, visiting researchers, community members will give presentations, and there were two cool ones today. There was one about looking at the caudal vertebrae of different tetrapods, so the tail vertebrae, and trying to use geometric morphometrics, excuse me, in order to figure out if they could kind of predict where certain tetrapods would fall out in terms of ecology based on the morphology of their tail vertebrae. It was a student presentation by an undergrad. Results were very much inconclusive. those numbers-heavy approaches don't always work. Sometimes science is qualitative rather than quantitative. It's just how it goes. There's too many variables to be able to neatly represent with a graph or a box and whiskers plot or whatever. So that was one of them. And the other talk was about these sweat bee nests. There was a fossil sweat bee nest from the Maastrichtian, so the very end of the Cretaceous. These are sweat bees here. They will burrow underground and lay their eggs, and they'll put a bunch of pollen around the eggs in order to give the larvae something to eat. There's a fossil one of these nests discovered that still had preserved pollen grains in it, which was incredible. 66, 67 million years old, and there's preserved pollen in there. Really incredible. Really, really cool stuff. So that's what I was doing this morning. That's why I'm a little bit late to stream today. Apologies. This is how it goes on Tuesdays. But we're here now, and we're going to get into some fossil news. The blurst of times. Blue quotes that all the time. Nice, Lenina. Tell him he's got good taste. Tell him that's a cromulent reference there. And sweat bees are that old? Yeah, they're older than that, apparently, Squiggles. Yeah, pretty cool. And why are they called sweat bees? I don't exactly know. We would call them sweat bees in the field. I'm not sure if they actually were sweat bees, but there would be these bees that would land on our arms in the Hill Creek Formation, and they'd just be super happy. They'd be like, "Oh boy, it's great to be here." They land on you and they just they're licking up the salt or the sweat on your arms. They love it. They love it. And they don't have stingers as far as I know. But what we were calling sweat bees, I'm not sure if they're the same as these guys. Yeah, Halticidae, there we go. The second largest family of bees, with nearly 4,500 species. There's about as many species of sweat bee as there are mammals, which is nuts to think about. We'll look them up on our Tree of Life and see if that figure holds up there too. Alticid bees. Yeah, they just hang out, says Kenny. Yeah, they feed on pollen, like many bees do. If not most bees. But yeah, they would just land on us and drink our sweat, which sounds gross, but they were really into it. I'm not gonna yuck their yum. Halticidae, 4,719 species according to this tree. Which is kind of crazy. At least there's a number of genera. It's not like there's one genus with 4,000 species in it. Yeah, I wonder if has anybody produced a video on these critters? Okay, good. Here, I'm making this point because I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs get a lot of attention. There are so many groups of organisms today who might date back to the time of the dinosaurs. We might have fossils of them. These groups might be tens of millions of years old. They might have thousands of species, and yet almost nobody in the general public is aware of them or cares about them or anything like that. I am pleased to see that there are some videos about this family of bees around. Let's see if this is any good.
Hello friends, today we have interesting artists, quite small. These are small bees and also ant. Well, they're in captivity in petri dish just to show you their behavior and to show their morphology.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
Down a little bit.
Jonesy's thanks for the follow.
Show them by zoom, and we.
Yeah, so this is cool. We can see what they look like at least. You know, they're a kind of bee, sweat bees.
No, what you want to do is you want to turn around, go back this way, head over to the stream, follow the stream a little until you get to Quercus rubra. Once you're there, I think you should see signs for the restroom. You're very welcome.
What is this? Is Hymenoptera an insect? Hymenoptera of North America. So Hymenoptera is this group that includes wasps and bees and ants. I think there's a chance that maybe bees and ants are considered a type of wasp. Let's look that up. Hymenoptera. Large order of insects, over 150,000 living species. Sawflies, wasps, bees, and ants. Yeah. Science streams, yes indeed, Mizart rules. Balint and Lito work on these guys. Yeah.
Bees of the genus Halictus are found on all continents except Australia. They're about
And Antarctica, right? I don't think there's any on Antarctica. People always forget Antarctica. There's 7 continents. This guy knows this. Why did he forget?
200 species worldwide and about 10 in North America. This is primarily a Palearctic genus that managed to spill into North America thousands of years ago. In this video, we will take a closer look at 3 large, non-metallic, and very common species. Halictus rubicundus is Holarctic, Halictus ligatus is transcontinental, and Halictus farinosus is strictly western. All the species in the genus excavate nests in the ground, and most exhibit some form of complex social nesting behavior.
So what's really neat is that there's a fossil nest from one of these guys, or gals, presumably it was a female laying her eggs, preserved from the very end of the Cretaceous period, from the end of the age of dinosaurs. Not from Laramidia, but from Appalachia. I think from, fossils were from like Alabama or Georgia or something like that. Really, really cool, and they're so well preserved that the actual pollen grains are there. And this student was able to actually look at these using a scanning electron microscope and identify the individual pollen grains, figure out which ones are from angiosperms and which are from gymnosperms and stuff like that. Flowering versus non-flowering plants. Really, really cool work, all based on an amazing specimen from the Smithsonian. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Yanzoku says, you mean ants related to bees and wasps? Absolutely, Yanzoku. Yeah. Here, let's pull up our tree again. There's our halictid bees. This is the family that we were talking about there. Let's zoom up to Hymenoptera, the ants, bees, and wasps. They all form a clade. A clade is an evolutionary group where they all stem from a common ancestor. Ants, bees, and wasps, about 135,000 species according to this tree. It's doubtless higher than that. And these guys... Interesting, it doesn't have a time here. But I think they start to split sometime in the Jurassic or maybe the Cretaceous. So it's like, it's over 100 million years ago that all of these 100,000 plus species all came from one ancestor. There was one successful species that I'm sure later split into 2 species, and those 2 species split into 4 or more, and in the 100 million years hence, you have 100,000 species now. It's pretty darn cool, you know? Yeah. They're pretty neat. They're pretty neat. So yes, indeed, Yanzoku, ants and are related to bees and wasps, yeah. Which makes a lot of sense when you,
Tradoon.
Look at the body plan of these guys. Ants and bees and wasps, they've got a very similar body plan. They've got really distinct head, thorax, abdomen. They all have wings. Ants actually have wings. Hopefully most of you know this already. during certain stages of the life cycle, certain like castes of ants will have wings. I'm not the person to talk about this. Talk to Science Streams. Talk to Balint about this. He'll be streaming later today. He can tell you all about the wings on ants, and he can tell you all about Hymenoptera. This is outside of my field of expertise. I only know the broadest strokes of this. He's an expert. So yeah. And it's the male ants, right? No, males and females, Dust Fuster. The males and females both have wings, and they, here, I'm sure we can find a video to explain this better than I could. But when they're starting new colonies, both the males and females, develop wings, and they'll go fly off and mate and then start their own colony. Here. Let's see. Natural History Museum in London. Every summer, flying ants appear in huge numbers. Young queens and males emerge to mate. The nuptial flight is commonly called Flying Ant Day. So we would encounter this in the field when I was working in the Hell Creek Formation. We had this, and Denver Fowler referred to it as Ant Prom. So it's like that one magical day and night every year when all of these ants all congregate on the highest point in the landscape. They all fly there, and they have a big party, and they all get pregnant.
Conditions are right. Flying ants will emerge from multiple colonies simultaneously. Although it might look like a timed event, the mass emergence is a response to the right temperature, humidity, weather conditions, and time of year.
I didn't know that. Huh.
The temperature and humidity trigger is specific to each different species. Mating happens during this nuptial flight and is quick and violent, with the male dying shortly afterwards.
Wow, that is violent.
Once mated, the young queen searches for a place to start her new nest.
There you go, Squiggles, yes.
She loses her wings and starts laying eggs to produce her own ant colony.
Yep. Pretty cool. Yeah, Ant Prom, also known as Flying Ant Day.
Ants are a
well, this is just like procedurally generated slop. Anyhow. Yeah, poor little brothers. I know, right? Das Fuster. Yeah. Anyway, we got started on a weird note. I didn't say thank you to everybody for being here and hello, hello. Again, we're gonna have a fun stream today. We're gonna be doing a lot of fossil news, and I'm glad you're here. Shoot. Let's first off see if we've got any news out of St. George. Any new news in Google News? St. George dinosaur. I'm not seeing anything new. Let's check YouTube and see if that King of Random channel has come out with their video. I'm not seeing anything yet. No. Huh. Well, here, to those of you wondering what's
The St. George Dinosaur Discovery
talking
Site
about.
is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
Yeah. About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on. I've been hearing about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. Anywho, so I was here in St. George on 2 separate occasions, each for about a week, working with museum curator Andrew Milner there to help document the excavation, to try and raise awareness about this, get people excited, get people to donate and volunteer, and gotta say it was a tremendous success. Just last week, during our periodic call-ins with Andrew, we had this happen. It's 6 p.m. right there in St. George. We haven't gotten an update from Andrew yet. We can try and give him a call.
In anything else worthwhile. But yeah, maybe grab some scales.
Move twice, build once. There you go, Andrew. Yeah.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, I hope it's okay that I called. I know you're busy.
Yeah, just a second. I'm going to put you on speaker so I can hear you a little bit.
Cool.
Okay. So that was kind of a stressful meeting, but
I'm sorry to hear that.
went
Shoot.
well, I think.
It went well? Excellent. Okay.
So they're not building the substation here anymore.
Holy cow, they've moved the substation plans? So this is what we were hoping for. So the city of St. George was going to build on top of this incredible fossil site and destroy it, basically. We were hoping against hope. We were just praying, begging that they would move the site elsewhere, and they did. So we're extraordinarily happy, excited about that. I'm going to go ahead and give Andrew a call right now and see if we can get some more updates. He might not pick up. Again, he's very busy, but he'll probably call us back later if he's busy right now.
Hello?
Andrew, it's Danny. How you doing?
Hi, Danny. Not too bad.
Hey. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, just wanted to call in real quick and ask if you've got any updates from the site. I've got 209 people watching right now, and
Okay.
yeah, we're just eager to hear if anything's new.
Okay. Well, I just caught up on the inventory today. We're
Nice.
1,055 specimens.
1,055. Yeah.
1,055.
Nice.
169 Lesotus teeth. Which is
Holy
crazy,
cow.
Considering when we started, we only had 4.
Yeah, yeah.
We think we may have maybe a third hypodont.
Really?
There was another tooth found on Saturday, and I sent pictures to Jim, and he was pretty excited about it. So there's potentially a third species.
A third kind of
or
hypodont
maybe
shark.
Another
Super
genus.
Cool. Yeah.
We have 7 shark spines now.
Nice.
We now have 2 small theropod teeth from this site.
Okay.
All the rest are large.
Uh-huh.
Let me go get this paper out of my car because I just finished doing counts and I've got a foundation meeting tonight, so
Okay.
I'm
yeah.
going to go and kind of update them.
Nice.
So tomorrow is officially our last day of digging.
Right, the 30th, yeah.
At the present quarry.
Uh-huh.
We're trying to desperately get fencing. So we found out that construction fencing is really expensive. So we're hoping the city will give us permission to have a permanent fence installed. So
Okay.
probably a chain link fence.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're 6 shark spines.
6 shark
24
spines.
large
Nice.
Yeah, 24 large theropod teeth. I think I gave you the wrong number the other day. I said 30 something. We're actually 26 theropod teeth.
26 is a good number still, yeah.
Yeah, we're at 71 fish.
Okay. Wow.
We've got 33 jaws, probably all fish. That includes mandibles, maxilla, and premaxillas.
Nice.
We have 26 coelacanth bones, which is actually pretty low, considering other areas that we've quarried in these same units that have produced tons of coelacanth bones.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, there's a couple more that we haven't counted yet. Oh, and the lungfish tooth. I got an update from Tyler on the lungfish tooth. It's not a lungfish.
It's not a lungfish? Oh, no.
It's not a lungfish. It's a really cool skull bone, he told me, though, from a fish, but he doesn't know what kind of fish. So,
but not from a lungfish.
But not from a lungfish. So we still don't have one from here.
Okay.
Yep. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So tomorrow is our last day of digging. We're trying to get the last of the jackets out.
Right, yeah.
And we're having a meeting with Joe from Handy Excavation this afternoon.
Excellent.
And he's going to give us some ideas on fencing. Oh, wow, big dust devil. Yeah, wow,
pretty windy there.
It's like 100 feet. We're going to get attacked by tumbleweeds here in a second. Yeah, we actually had one of our, the tarps with frames. We had one of them get hit by wind. We actually, there's a really impressive dust devil.
Yeah, we can hear it. The wind is
tumbleweeds like 100 feet in the air.
Shoot.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Everyone's rushing for the tarps right now. It's kind of hanging around in one spot. It's pretty cool. Anyway, sorry, I'm all distracted.
No, that's okay. This is live broadcast. That's how it goes.
Actually, David's getting film of it right now.
Yeah?
It's a dust devil. It's just hanging out in the one corner in front of the houses. Oh, man. Everyone's grabbing a hold of the tarps and the frames. We had one go flying the other day, and they onto it fell down.
Shoot.
Luckily, no one was injured. This dust devil is just, it won't go away. Oh, there goes one. Oh, man. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, Joey just got knocked over.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is absolutely. Wow. Oh, man. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I hope you're staying safe right now.
Our tarp frames are all down. We've got stuff all over the hill. Yeah, more. Man, we've lost stuff. Like this, there are now cardboard boxes. What the heck is that? Is that one of our burlap or plaster bags? Like we've got stuff like everywhere. There's a cardboard box, like one of the flats, like 100 feet in the air above us.
Oh, jeez.
Insane. Is everyone okay? Are you guys okay? We just got absolutely.
Yeah, you can go if you need to, Andrew.
Yeah. Anyway, I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
Anyway, kind of too much excitement there for a second. Well, you got it on your live stream.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks for staying on with us. Yeah.
No problem. All right, Danny. I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go try and salvage things. I'll talk to you later.
Good luck. I wish I were there to help. Good luck with everything, Andrew. We'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye. Well, shoot. That was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Museum, Andrew Milner, there. And we got to experience, via audio at least, A dust devil, which is one of these, it's not a tornado, I want to make that very clear, but a dust devil is just one of these phenomena that occur when you've got wind and the wind starts to swirl around, and it can create a bunch of dust in a funnel like that, and it just throws stuff everywhere. I don't think it's the same mechanism as a tornado, but you can think of it almost as like a mini tornado that's usually mostly harmless. So, yeah, we've had a few of these in the field. I don't know if we've ever really caught one on camera, but this is a common occurrence when you're out doing field work in dry, dusty places.
Your underscore bones search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Thank you for the raid. How was your stream, Legorm? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, I'm gonna change something real quick on my Stream Elements overlays, alert box, settings, raid alert, TTS. Let's change that to 8 seconds. Dave. Okay. That should be good. So what is a dust devil? Here's an example of one on a soccer field.
Devil swept its way through a soccer match in South America.
En el campo de juego.
The whirly phenomenon interrupted a football tournament in the Bolivian town of Achokaya. Watch as it makes a windy mess of the game. Dust devils are little whirlwinds with an upward motion.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Millhouse 316. Millhouse. Thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Phil Tuck says hello there. Hello to you. Helena Vega says hello from France. Bonsoir to you too, Helene. Good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, where I'm streaming from. A month from now, I'm going to be streaming from the Badlands of Wyoming, where we might be encountering some dust devils. So it's good to talk about this now. And Legorm says, hello from France. Bonjour. Legorm, it's good to have you here. Hello, hello. Yeah. Yeah. And you did have a wind gust almost take the tarps off during your last trip. That happened like 5 times, Alexander Morrison. Several of them on stream, yeah. Yeah. It happens. It happens. You will see some of these this summer when I'm streaming from the field, both in Wyoming and in Utah, and then in Utah again, probably. We might have 2 different Utah field excursions this year.
A dust devil swept its way through a soccer match in South America.
En el campo de juego.
The whirly phenomenon interrupted a football tournament in the Bolivian town of Achokaya. Watch as it makes a windy mess of the game.
Yep.
Dust devils are little whirlwinds with an upward motion. While usually whirling at under 40 miles an hour, their wind speeds can get up to 80 miles an hour. They're distinct from tornadoes, which have a downward wind motion. They're also sometimes called sand devils.
So when I said that there's a different mechanism from tornadoes, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't recognize it was the wind direction. So tornadoes blow down, dust devils blow up.
Their wind speeds can get up to 80 miles an hour. They're distinct from...
Legorm says, mostly about languages in my stream. I'm a language aficionado. Ah, very nice, Legorm. Very, very cool. I'm mostly about languages in my stream. Today we played a bit of Blueprints, reacted to a video about one train trip in Japan. Nice. Unboxed my new microphone. Ended the stream before installing it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Now they've got a reason to tune back in next time for the new mic, Legorm. Good stuff. We talk a lot about certain aspects of language here on Paleontologizing. Usually with regard to, well, oftentimes it's binomial names. So binomial nomenclature, this is often derived from Latin and Greek. when we're talking about the scientific names of different organisms, like Panthera tigris. Tiger. Yeah. Or bananas and cats. Or any kind of organism. Dinosaurs, quite often. Because I happen to be a dinosaur paleontologist. So yeah. And I've heard you're into fossils and dinosaurs. That's one way to put it. Yeah. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature. What I present on at scientific conferences. And dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. So in just 1 month now, we're going to be back out in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs out in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation. Here's a VOD from last summer out in the field as we were digging here.
Yeah, sort of the short version is you can either go to where people have found dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe.
And Ligorm, thank you for the
No reason to
follow.
think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
Good to have you, Ligorm. I appreciate you clicking that follow button, and thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Could we get another shout out for Ligorm? If their content sounds interesting to you, chat, you should definitely go and follow. Here I am digging with Nick Hornacek, who's a paleontology student, and Matt Lamana, who is curator of paleontology at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. Matt is going to be out with us again this summer, I've heard, and I'm very excited about that. I like Matt a lot. He's a really good guy. He's great on camera, too. He was here responding to some questions from chat, which I thought was really neat. Yeah, Matt's a good guy.
Maybe?
Okay.
Who knows? Yeah.
So, yeah, look at geologic maps and then you just kind of pick a spot.
So the question was, how do you find dinosaurs? Where do you know where to look?
That's like the short story of it.
Yeah, sort of the short version is you can either go to where people have found dinosaurs before, which is the obvious one, or a lot of the Earth's surface has been mapped from a geologic standpoint. And so those maps are almost like
I agree,
geologic maps are almost in a way for paleontologists like treasure maps. You know, they tell us where the right rocks are, and if you can get yourself to those rocks, and you know, ideally bring a team of people to help you look for things, there's a reasonable chance you'll find something there.
And get permission from the landowner or the public land agency.
Right, you can't just that's right. That's a good point. You can't just go.
Yeah.
But yes, you have to have.
Yeah, different parts of the American West, you're on private land, like, you know. People will shoot at you. It's happened to me before. Although that was a hunter, a very nearsighted, clueless hunter. But that's a story for another time. Anyway.
All your permissions in order, but that's basically exactly how how this project got started. Was our colleague Ethan, who directs the project, realized long ago. Paleontologists found fossils here, and there was enough found to show that the area was promising, and so Ethan started putting some time and effort into it, and luckily it's yielded several dinosaurs now.
Yeah,
so,
and they stand a very good shot at being brand new because there have been zero dinosaurs named from this particular formation. So just about anything that we find, really, really good shot.
Nick with the good shirts. He would be overjoyed that you said that, Ladina. Yeah.
New species.
Maybe Nick will be out with us again. We'll see.
Species or new genus, because obviously if it's a new genus, it's a new species too.
Legorm says, "What's your opinion on the Jurassic Park movies?" Good question. I get that one a lot, but it's a good question. And Miffler, my goodness.
Fabulous month of rich content, digs, reviewing new species, discussing important science and having fun in a safe space where anybody can ask anything and is never made to feel mocked by anyone.
Oh, Niffler.
The outreach you do is so important as it makes science accessible to everyone no matter what their prior knowledge is, what disabilities you have and if you are geographically challenged by government. Thank you for all of it, Danny.
Thank you, Niffler, for the very kind words. I really appreciate that, Niffler. Thank you. for saying that. Thank you for the 21 months of support. Thank you for helping make this possible. You know? I would not be able to do this if it weren't for the generous support of viewers like you. So thank you, Niffler. Thank you for helping me make a living here. Couldn't do this without you. I appreciate you, Niffler. And yeah, I strive to make this a community where everybody feels welcome. Anybody can ask whatever questions they have, and people can just sit down and chill out with a paleontologist or multiple paleontologists and just kind of drink in the wonder and majesty of the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give you an inside peek, a front row seat into fossil science and all of the beauty and wonder inherent therein. Thank you for helping make that possible, Niffler. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. And Legorm says, I think it's cool that you were able to fit into Twitch talking about a very specific science. You're what makes Twitch very various. Thank you, Legorm. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for the kind words. That's the thing, though, is that paleontology is not a specific science. It's quite the opposite. It might seem like it's very niche, like it's very particular, very narrow, but no, paleontology is extremely broad because paleontology is just biology. Biology is extremely broad, but biology of the past. Because paleontologists study fossils, the preserved remains of ancient living things. Biology today is modern biology, you know? It's, here's everything happening right now, in the present. But the history of life goes back about 3.5 billion years. So paleontology is biology, but stretch across 3.5 billion years of geological history. And that implies there's geology in it too. So a paleontologist, if she's a good paleontologist, she has to know biology. She has to know a thing or two about geology. She might have to know a thing or two about chemistry, about physics, maybe about data science, maybe computer science, maybe statistics. You might have to know about, depending on your specialty, zoology or botany, ornithology or mammalogy or herpetology, ichthyology, whatever your specific area of interest is. Specific area of interests, I should say. They're usually plural. Most paleontologists don't focus on one particular thing. They often have a number of different kind of special interests that they focus their research on and publish on. So, I don't know, paleontology is extraordinarily broad. A paleontologist really does have to be a jack of all trades, or a Jill of all trades, as the case may be. Or, what's a gender-neutral name that starts with J? Equivalent, or analogous to Jack or Jill. Chat, give me the name of a gender-neutral J name. Somebody's got something, right? Jesse. Kestrel cholesterol, brilliant. A Jess of all trades. Jesse of all trades. There we go. Yeah. Or Jamie. That works too, Jeebus James. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I'm going to use that. Jesse of all trades. Takes the kind of gendered aspect out of it. Yeah. Gene, says Miss Caprikel, I had an Uncle Gene and an Auntie Gene. Auntie Gene was actually Uncle Gene's aunt. So she was my great-great-aunt, but they spelled their names different ways. Auntie Jean was Jean like the denim pants, J-A-E-N, J-E-A-N. And Uncle Gene was G-E-N-E, like gene, like genetics. Anyhow, Lou said Jackie. I guess, yeah. My grandma's name was Jean. Nice, Casey Snowart, yeah. Yeah, my great-great-aunt, her name was Auntie Jean. I always remember her being like 100 years old. I think she lived to be 99 or 100. But from the time that my earliest memories of her, she seemed like she was 100 years old. She's kind of in stasis for 20 years. Anywho. Yeah. Oh! And Andrew, thank you for typing into the chat. Andrew says, we're all okay, but all of the tarps are destroyed? Along with lots of bent conduit. Holy cow! I'm so sorry to hear that, Andrew. That dust devil that we just heard about. Thank you, Lenina, for gifting Andrew there. You brought these one. Thank you,
gifted
Lenina.
a tier 1 sub to you Brontes 1. They
Appreciate
have given
that, Lenina.
408 gift subs in the channel.
That's a lot of gift subs. Thank you, Lenina. Oh boy, well, I hope it's not too hot tomorrow, Andrew. Hopefully. I mean, if you're gonna get a bad dust devil, it might as well be on the second to last day of excavation, right? I'm sorry that happened. I hope some of the shade tarps are at least salvageable. Maybe talk to Dawn about, I don't know, if the grommets are ripped out of all of them, then it's not much you can do. But yeah, David got it on film. Oh, I would be eager to see that, Andrew. If you happen to have those files later and you can email them to me, or have David email them to me, DannyAnduza@gmail.com. I would be eager to see that. Yeah. And the important thing is that nobody got hurt. Yeah, it's a dust devil. Generally, people don't get hurt during dust devils, Hogan. Tarps can be replaced? Yes. Yeah. Dodge the substation, get hit by the devil. Isn't that always the way? Says Volmachine. Yeah. Well, it's not a literal... Well, I guess it is. Devil. At least this devil is real. Here, we were watching this earlier, and we got distracted. Let's start it over again. This is what just happened.
A dust devil swept its way through a soccer match in South America.
To the fossil site in St. George.
The phenomenon interrupted a football tournament in the Bolivian town of Achocaya. Watch as it makes a windy mess of the game.
Jeez.
Dust devils are little whirlwinds with an upward motion.
Thank you,
While
Legorm.
usually
Hey,
whirling at under 40 miles an hour, their wind speeds can get up to 80 miles.
I appreciate the raid, Legorm. And I hope to see you next time. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. Can we get another shout out for Legorm real quick? I'd appreciate that, mods.
An hour.
Yeah.
They're distinct from tornadoes, which have a downward wind motion. They're also sometimes called sand devils. And this Bolivian match is not the first sporting event bedeviled by such a wind. In 2018, a dust devil took to the field of a Little League baseball game in Illinois.
Tornado. So, you might be noticing a theme here, chap. You're welcome for the shout out, Legorm. Thank you for the gratitude. And Helene Vega says, you are too kind. Thank you for welcoming us like you did. Of course. Hey, anytime. You raid in whenever you feel like. You've always got a place to land here. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you. And you're good, Lenina. Enjoy your chips and guac. Chat, you may be noticing a common theme here with the dust devils, in that they happen to occur in dusty places oftentimes. So this whirlwind might have been occurring out here in the outfield over the grass, but then it's only when it gets to the baseball diamond that you can actually see it, when it's picking up this particulate matter, and you can really see it with your eyes. Before, it was just transparent wind twirling around, but when it starts to pick up dust, that's when it becomes conspicuous.
Timeout.
It
A Fall Machine says they hate sports. Yeah.
blew in and then blew off again.
Yeah, they do that.
This most recent dust devil interrupted play for a bit.
And there goes
no
Snowy.
one
Yes.
was injured,
Yeah.
and after
You're
several
right, Asher.
sandy seconds, the game resumed. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Yeah. So this is what happens when this happens at a field site, when you've got things like shade tarps and stuff like that around. It can really mess those up, you know.
It came out of left field, literally. A dust devil delayed this college softball game for a short time. So how do they form? Normally, under clear, calm conditions, the
There we
sun
go.
can heat up one part of the ground faster than others. Air begins to rise over this
uneven
hot
heating.
spot, pressure's lower, and nearby air begins to spiral in. This column stretches upward, intensifying the spinning motion. Winds increase and swirl around the low pressure. The swirling air can pick up dust and dirt, giving you a dust devil.
There you go.
They can stretch from 10 feet to over 100 feet wide, and the winds can exceed 80 miles per hour. Occasionally, dust devils can get strong enough, in that EF0 and EF1 on the enhanced Fujita scale, to cause minor damage. They can rotate clockwise or counterclockwise and also appear in groups.
Yep.
Dust devils are cool to look at and less destructive than tornadoes,
Yep.
and they've even been spotted on Mars.
Cool. Yeah. So one of the reasons why they do seem to be so common on, well, I was going to say on baseball diamonds, is that A, you've got people with cameras there to record them, but B, you've got very uneven heating here, where this area over here has got kind of, it's going to heat up a little bit more than the grass. Vegetation tends to have a cooling effect on surfaces, and so the baseball diamond is going to be a lot hotter than the surrounding grass, and so that cool air is going to rush in, like we saw right here. Sun heats one part of the ground. There's got to be like a heat differential there.
Part of the ground faster than others. Air begins to rise over this hot spot, pressure's lower, and nearby air begins to spiral in. This column stretches upward, intensifying the spinning motion. Winds increase and swirl around the low pressure. The swirling air can pick up dust and dirt, giving you a dust devil.
Does that make sense? Yeah. So we're going to be seeing some of these this summer, I presume. I'm going to be doing a lot of field work this summer. Like 2 or 3 months worth of field work. So, I bet you we'll spot some dust devils. We might even be subjected to some. We'll see. Yeah. Anyhow. And is this uneven heating the driver for wind? It is, Scoobs, yeah. That is generally what causes high winds, is when you've got kind of uneven heating like that. Where you've got different surfaces. So, like, I don't know. There's a place in California called Altamont Pass. There we go. Formerly known as Livermore Pass. It's known for its windmills. If you're ever driving from Los Angeles to the Bay Area in California, you'll probably go through this pass and you'll see all these windmills. It's right before you get to the Bay Area. And this used to be the largest wind farm in the world. But there's big wind speeds through here, you know? It's, and this is a result of... There we go. Altamont Pass Wind Farm. One of the earliest wind farms in the United States. 4,930 relatively small wind turbines of various types. Still one of the largest concentrations of wind turbines in the world. There's no... I'm not seeing like a great photo here. But anyway, this is where you've got like kind of a coastal climate from coastal California meeting the continental climate from the Central Valley. And because you've got this big differential in temperatures, climate regimes, you get a lot of wind. And you can use that to generate electricity. So it's definitely a thing, you know? This is well known, is what I'm saying. This is not some... I guess my point is that this is a well-understood phenomenon, and you talk to a meteorologist about this, and they'd be able to talk about it in far greater detail and with more authority than I could. I don't study weather. I'm a paleontologist. But, you know, as a paleontologist, you sometimes have to be aware of things like this. If you want to understand ancient climates, it pays to understand what's going on in our climates today. What causes different microclimates and stuff like that. You know? So yeah. There you go now, yeah. We will have some dinosaur news coming in. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And secretly, all of science is connected, and sometimes not that secretly. Yeah, most of the time, not that secretly, Gal Rocks. Yeah, absolutely. We'll be talking about the Central Valley of California in a little bit, because there was an article that came out on phys.org about the fossil riches of the Central Valley. So we'll get into that. That's on our agenda for today. But we're also... first I want to talk about... another thing that temperature differential... These varying temperatures can lead to is fog in San Francisco. Check this out. Of course, this is particularly relevant to me because I happen to live and stream from the San Francisco Bay Area for much of the year, every year. This is my home, and I love it here.
The coldest winter I ever spent was this summer in San Francisco. That's associated with the fog.
You have to love the fog if you live here. If you resent it and you're like, ooh, brr, it's cold, you're in the wrong place.
There's lots of poetry and stories that have been written about the famous fog, but a lot of it is just folklore, right? We kind of had this sense that fog was changing.
You might know where they
climate crisis. We see the West that is burning, that is getting drier every year.
The idea that I might be giving up my fog to climate change.
There wasn't a lot of science that had been done, so we really had to start at school.
I totally think this is in what we used to call the Redwood Forest, in the Presidio. It's near Arguello Boulevard in San Francisco. I used to work here. I recognize those trees. I think that's exactly where this is.
Square one and take it from there.
Yeah. And this, of course, right here is Crissy Field in San Francisco. I've been here many times. I used to bring my students here.
What would San Francisco be without the fog? It shrouds the city in cold gray mystery, in paintings, poetry, and songs. The fog is a part of the city's identity and a part of its climate. But now, the fog could be facing an uncertain future.
Claude Monet mentioned that London was one of his favorite places to paint because of all the shades of gray.
John Paul Marcello is using 4 shades of gray on this chilly morning. It's a landscape he's been painting for 20 years.
It's always changing. I've painted this well over 100 times and I never get tired of it.
But when he's not painting scenes of San Francisco, Marcello documents something else.
I've done some natural disasters such as Hurricane Katrina and more recently the fires up in Sonoma County.
Deadly disasters that wiped entire communities off the map. disasters widely attributed to climate change.
Many of these places are totally uninhabitable now. You know, we think of climate refugees in places like Africa, but this is happening here in the United States as well.
Now, as he paints the famous fog creeping in through the Golden Gate, Marcelo might be documenting yet another casualty of climate change.
We had a hunch that the fog was changing, but we didn't really know how.
Todd Dawson studies plants and the environment at UC Berkeley, including the majestic redwood trees that line the Bay Area's foggy coast.
And we got very interested in how the redwoods are interacting with the summertime fog.
It's the fog that rolls in off the ocean and over the hills.
I mean, it's pouring over the hill. It looks like it's almost solid because there's so much fog.
Painting the city in shades of gray all summer long for generations.
The fog is our friend. You could probably talk to 25 people in the city and they'd say, oh, this is my favorite place to watch the fog.
Nancy Hale is a San Francisco native. She's been hearing those foghorns for 70 years. In all that time, one thing hasn't changed. Golden Gate Bridge workers still turn on the foghorns by hand and log the weather in paper notebooks. A lot of those logs have long since disappeared, so Dawson needed to find that data somewhere.
Anyway, if you want to find out more about this, I'll give you the link to this. I will want to watch the rest of this later, but I recognize that not everybody is as fascinated with Bay Area fog, San Francisco fog as I am. I live here. This is my home, so I have a deep interest in this kind of thing. But that's not why you tuned in to Paleontologizing today. You tuned into Paleontologizing today for some fossil news in discussion about fossil science. What's new in the world of paleontology? We're going to get into that presently. Let's do a real quick blue sky post. And then we'll jump into our fossil news. Now, there, control print screen. Let's paste that in the Microsoft Paint. There we go. That'll work. Crop it up. Save as Bengar. Okay. All right. We're catching up on some paleontology news today. Let's mute our soundboard for a second as I do an M dash here. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Scottish dinosaurs, potential aquatic fossil echidnas. Let's see, a new Mongolian Mesozoic mammal. What was the fastest dinosaur? Join the chat at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. And I've got 80 characters left. Let's see. Coelacanth science. What else did I have on the agenda for today? So fossil pangolin tracks. California Central Valley fossils. And what was the fastest time? Okay, yeah, that'll work. Let's do some alt text real quick. Screenshot from current Twitch stream with me and my office and a 3D printed Protoceratops and Allosaurus skull behind, as well as light up LED sauropod silhouette and some framed figures from paleontological scientific papers. Alright, that's good enough. Shall we post it?
Hold on to your butts.
Paleontologizing, spelled correctly. Post. There we go. Yeah. Do Scottish dinosaurs have an accent? Flickster. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to tell you this, but they don't talk anymore. They're dead. Yeah. But we'll get into them in a little bit. Here is a link to that post right there. Wait, what? Yeah, Creatrix Brit. They've been dead for about 190 million years. I think they're from the earliest Jurassic. Yeah. So we'll get into them in just a moment here. Here. Why are you telling me that so silly? I'm sorry, Dyson Dinosaur. Filippo, I thought you knew. You are yourself a dinosaur paleontologist. Yeah, our study animals, the non-avian dinosaurs, they all died. They're gone. Extinct. At least we have birds. That's not true. Well, we have birds, you know? Yeah, they live in our hearts. There we go. Yeah. This is true, Dyson Dinosaur. I was going to make a heartworm joke, but I'm going to refrain. We'll talk about parasites another time. Things that live in our hearts. But I study ornithischians, which are not saurischians and not even birds. Again, Filippo, I'm really sorry. The ornithischians are completely extinct, as you well know. I'm saying this for the benefit of everybody else watching. Among all of the dinosaurs, the only group that's still around are the saurischians. So, within Dinosauria, you've got two major halves of the dinosaur family tree. The saurischians over here on the right side, and the ornithischians over here on the left. The ornithischians, the so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs, Ornithischia. Despite their name, they did not give rise to birds. The bird-hipped dinosaurs, birds didn't evolve from them. Birds evolved from the saurischians, the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. There's birds up there. On this tree right here, the only groups that are still around have got a little leaf next to them. So lizards, snakes, mammals, turtles, crocs, birds. But everybody else, completely dead, you know? No descendants.
To this day!
To this day.
To this day?
None. They're all gone. So the only group of dinosaurs that's still around are Saurischians, descendants of theropods. Yeah. Anyhow. And hang on, is Andrew still in here? Did I miss your comment? If I did, I'm sorry, Andrew. Got a lot going on. Yeah. Never mind. How are they positioned today, says Dyson Dinosaur? So turtles are still kind of controversial in their placement. Where do turtles belong on the Tree of Life? The general consensus, as I understand it, and having several turtle people as friends, turtles are kind of between archosaurs and lepidosaurs, so they're part of clade Archaeolosauria. So sauropsids, which are your reptiles, turtles are this branch over here. So turtles are within a larger group, Archaeolosauria. There we go. That includes turtles and archosaurs. The majority of phylogenetic analyses based on molecular data have supported a sister group relationship between turtles and archosaurs. This, I feel like this consensus may have started to crystallize around 2015, maybe 2014 or so. Could be earlier. But anyway, we ought to interview a turtle person on stream at some point. You know? Yeah. An Archosauromorphs, even outside of Archosauromorpha, into Archaeolosauria. But, yeah. Gowrock says, when Danny says several turtle people, he doesn't mean Raphael, Michelangelo, and Donatello. No, those are Renaissance artists, Gowrock. Not turtle people. What are you talking about? They didn't know anything about sauropsid phylogeny. They were Renaissance artists. They were geniuses in their own right, but outside of this area. Filippo here, being from Italy, could tell you something about Raphael, Donatello, and Michelangelo, I'm sure. Just emailed you David's video. Thank you, Ladina, and thank you, Andrew. Oh boy. Okay, tarp's destroyed. Let's download that file. This is the Dust Devil and St. George. Holy cow. Yeah, there it is. Oh, man. Oh.
Ice captain's giving it all. Holy.
Yowza. That's field work for you. Look at Andrew's tent, still holding up there. This is why I've got that same kind of tent. This is what you need for field work in conditions like this. Yeah, and look at that stuff flying around up there. Cardboard boxes, foam knee pads. I had tumbleweeds in my tent, says Andrew. Oh, you didn't close the zipper on your tent? Shoot. Oh, man.
Yeah, anyway, I think everyone's okay.
Oh, boy. So not only did it tear the grommets out of those tarps, but it bent some of the conduit. Holy moly. Major kudos to David for getting this footage. This is top tier stuff. Oh boy. That is really lousy that happened. Look at how some of these bits of metal piping are bent. But this is kind of a rite of passage for fieldwork. Everybody working in the quarry this day, they can now say they've been through a proper fieldwork dust devil. Wow. One more time. Let's watch that again. So it's almost like you've got two dust devils converging right there. And then it's going to come south toward the shade tarps. Everybody's dutifully holding them down right there. But it's just...
Aye, captains, giving it all. Holy.
Yowza. Andrew right there against the Subaru. There's his tent, which is holding up. Andrew, if you're still watching right now, you should email Springbar with this video and be like, hey, I've been using your tents for years. They are, you know, my colleagues use them out on the Colorado Plateau.
I can see that my
Charlie's Dragon.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for the 46 months of support at
Is that
tier
close to
3.
you?
Holy cow, 46 months. I think that's almost the whole year there, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you. I love how a year is an ever receding point. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Excellent. No, so I was saying, Andrew, you should maybe email Springbar, the manufacturer for these tents, with this video and be like, hey, this destroyed the shade tarps over the quarry, but my tent is still standing. They might be able to use this in their advertisements or something. And if we can get the idea across that, hey, paleontologists, this is our tent of choice in this part of the world. This is, your product is something that we use, that we rely on. They might really like that. Maybe they'd give you a free tent, you know? Yeah. I smell a sponsorship, says Lenina. Could be. Could be. Yeah. Yeah. Jeez. I'm really glad that David got this on... He recorded this, though. Got this on film. I'm sure there are members of this crew, even now, who are walking over the hill, trying to find bits of equipment that were scattered up into the air. Hundreds of feet into the air, it looks like.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Marika, thank you for the 10 months.
How about Elasmosaurus with a very thick neck like
anyway,
penguins?
I think everyone's okay.
Oh, we can talk about that in a minute, Marika. Yeah.
Tradoon.
Last known direction of their hat. There you go, Gatrox, yeah. I'm sorry this happened. At least it is the second to last day, you know? Yowza. I might email this video to Don as well. I think he would be interested to see this. Nuts. Oh, man. So this is why on really windy days, sometimes I'll keep my dust and wind goggles, and I'll just kind of wear them around my neck, just in case I have to put them on real quick, because there's just a sudden wall of dust coming toward me. Yeah. Nuts. Thank you again, Andrew, for sending that. Boy. Wow. Nuts. Oh, and Halle Berry, who was there, boots on the ground this past week, says, man, Sunday and yesterday, the Dust Devils were nuts. I guess it's that time of year. Halle Berry, thank you for enduring that. Thank you for your continued help with the site there. By the way, there we go. It was exciting, at least. You'll at least have a good story from it, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Fall Machine. Beautiful. We've got 2.5 minutes to try and get to what,
The
level 2
Lenina
hype train
gifted
here?
a tier 1 sub to Fall Machine 1790.
Thank you,
They have
Lenina,
given
for gifting
409
Fall
gift subs
Machine.
in the channel.
Really appreciate that, Lenina. We are, oh boy. I'm gonna be on hiatus for, over a week. There's gonna be no streams all next week. We talked about this yesterday, but I wanna...
This is when it really fits.
Amers23, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. From May 2nd through the 13th, I'm going to be gone. No streams next week. So, I'm going to be taking a big pay cut from that. This is the first, like, real vacation I will have gone on since 2021, I think, maybe 2022. I want to let you know right there. So that's why it says pre-hiatus science outreach sub-goal. We will be making up for this later. The entire month of June, I'm going to try and stream every single day while I'm out there in the field, digging with Ethan and the other Almond brothers out in the Almond Formation. And thank you, Nell, for the 100 bits.
I'm having a grand old time working on paleo art while Danny updates us on the situation with St. George. It's gonna be difficult next week focusing on this piece, but I hope you have a lovely holiday next week, Danny.
Thank you, Nell. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you for the 100 bits. Again, yeah, next week, no streams for the entire week. This will be the first time I've gone a whole week without streaming since the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting last fall. And before that, I think it was like 2022 or 2021. My brother got married. I went out to Hawaii to go to his wedding. I'm going to be going to Puerto Rico next week, which I'm really excited about.
Heard it may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
Thank you,
I hope whatever you end up doing on the vacation, you have a great time.
I appreciate that, Galrox. Thank you, thank you. That means a lot to me. Thank you for the 500 bits. I am going to have a great time, I think. We'll see. I'm going with Ios and Lordy. We're going to be looking into where my ancestors came from in Puerto Rico. And seeing a ton of wildlife, too. We'll have so many pictures and stuff to share afterward. It's gonna be good. I might even post to the Discord. We'll see. I never do that, but we'll see. And anyway, we're gonna make up for it this summer. Again, the entire month of June, I'm gonna try and stream every single day, technology and weather permitting. July, a ton of field streams. August, a ton of field streams. Maybe even beginning of September, field streams. Maybe late September. We'll see. I still have to schedule that out. But there's going to be a ton of fieldwork streams, so I apologize that I'm going to be gone for a while, but it's going to be really nice to take a vacation. I'm looking forward to this for years, and we've got exciting stuff coming up this summer. I don't think you'll be disappointed. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, we're now almost 2 hours into the stream. We've not done any fossil news yet. We gotta get in it. Without further ado, let's jump into our fossil news. All right, our first piece of fossil news tonight. Extremely rare event. Bone analysis suggests that ancient echidnas lived in water. And this is one of those groups of animals, when I talk about them, people go, wait, they're real? Which always makes my heart sink, because apparently people know about echidnas through video games and not as like a real animal. But so I feel like in order to be able to talk about these critters on a level that's deeper than just surface level, we should watch a quick little video about them. There we go. Just to introduce you to these modern animals. Yes, they are real critters.
The design is less sleek than your typical multi-tool, but the spiny anteater, or echidna, has an array of gadgets.
So, spiny anteater is a misleading name. They are not anywhere closely related to anteaters, who are xenarthrans. Echidnas are a kind of monotreme. They are egg-laying mammals. So, here we go. Anteaters are over here within Xenarthra. Not related to echidnas. Anteaters are related to sloths and stuff like that. There we go. Anteaters, sloths in a clade together. Let's jump out to the base of the mammal family tree right here. Mammals. There we go. These are animals that feed their young with milk. They often have fur or hair. They're often warm-blooded, all that stuff. We ourselves are a kind of mammal. Primates, including us humans, are a kind of mammal. Now here on this family tree, the earliest diverging branch, the quote-unquote most primitive of mammals today, the branch to split off the earliest are the monotremes. So monotremes include platypus and various species of echidna. All of these guys, the females lay eggs. They still feed their young with milk, like all mammal species do. But they're only native to Australia nowadays. They used to be more common. There used to be a lot of egg-laying mammals. But this group, the monotremes, today they only exist in Australia.
It's for defense or dinner. She follows a nose that's an electrodetector. Mucus glands at the end of her snout sense the tiny electric signals emitted by insects. Prey located, she whips out her 7-inch slimy tongue, perfect to navigate convoluted ant tunnels.
And Papua New Guinea, thank you, Charlie's Dragon, that's true. Echidnas also exist in Papua New Guinea.
Her chisel-shaped nose is also an efficient crowbar to expose more succulent grubs and worms.
Yum, yum.
Don't let this waddling pincushion fool you.
Goofy
Thousands of needle spikes are effective defensive weapons in her arsenal.
I feel like we can find something better. Echidnas. Is there a... Here we go. From SciShow. This will be good.
It's pretty well known that Australia is home to some strange animals, everything from giant spiders to birds that can mimic.
Kelladon Case is how close are echidnas to porcupines? Nowhere close. Yeah, so even though echidnas and porcupines, even though they might look superficially similar, they are not closely related at all. Porcupines are a kind of rodent. So a porcupine is closer to a mouse or a rat or a capybara than it is to an echidna. Echidnas are related to, their closest living relative is the platypus. So this is an example of what we call convergent evolution.
Come and be entertained. But
convergent evolution is when you have different kinds of animal that evolve a similar kind of body shape because they're doing a similar job, but they're not related to each other, not closely related at all. It's like they independently evolved each of these traits. So porcupines and echidnas each evolved their different spines like that, just like sharks and ichthyosaurs and dolphins all evolved the same kind of fusiform, streamlined shape with the fins and the pointy nose and everything. They're all doing a similar job. They're all moving through the water. They're all active predators. These animals, even though their ancestors look completely different from each other, they all converged on a similar kind of shape. Because that's how evolution works sometimes. They're doing a similar job. They're going to evolve a similar shape. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, echidnas and porcupines nowhere close to one another. Let's get back to Hank here.
It's pretty well known that Australia is home to some strange animals, everything from giant spiders to birds that can mimic chainsaws. And most of them follow familiar patterns in biology, except a tiny order called Monotremata with only two subgroups, the echidnas and the platypus. Monotremes are mammals, so they have mammary glands and milk, and they're covered in hair, and they can heat up their bodies. But monotremes also lay eggs.
They do, yeah. Do we know why platypuses and echidnas evolved to give birth via eggs? Because their ancestors did, Nightfall the Red. Here's the thing about mammals that you might be surprised by. The earliest mammals laid eggs. Egg laying is the default condition for mammals. That's how mammals got their start. Most of the mammals during the age of dinosaurs laid eggs, as I understand it. That used to be the thing to do for mammals. That was normal. But then at the end of the Cretaceous period, mammals almost went extinct. The only groups that survived are the ones that gave birth to live young, like marsupials, and like placental mammals. And then one small group of monotremes also survived. Barely. And this is their remnant today. Platypus and echidnas are the only surviving monotremes. So the mammals that didn't lay eggs, they got kind of lucky in that they survived that extinction event. There is think of it like a sieve, or like here. Yeah, like something like this. It was the mammals that didn't lay eggs happened to make it through this all of the mammals that laid eggs, except for the ancestors of the platypus and echidna, they all died out, even though they were the majority before. Does that make sense? Yeah. Do we know what came first, the platypus or the echidna? I think echidnas are older than platypus, but I'm not totally sure, Galrox. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Charlie's Dragon is correct. Yeah, egg laying is the ancestral trait of mammals. We laid eggs long before we made milk or anything else. It's true. Yeah. 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 Egg laying is the default. That is the standard morphology. You know, that's the base model. Placental mammals giving birth to live young, and even marsupials giving birth to live young that go into a pouch, that's an extra add-on, you know? Got to pay extra for that. That's a specially evolved trait. Yeah.
And the platypus. Monotremes are mammals, so they have mammary glands and milk, and they're covered in hair, and they can heat up their bodies. But monotremes also lay eggs. In fact, they have a bunch of weird adaptations, and many scientists think that they branched off.
So I don't want you to think that they evolved specially to lay eggs or anything. No, that's the ancestral trait. That's the default. They continued doing that. The weird ones are the placental mammals, like us, that give birth to live young, and the marsupials, too. Marsupials and placentals together form a clade called the Therian mammals. So there's monotremes there, there's mammals. Therian mammals include the marsupials right there, and the placental mammals. Most mammals that you think of today, lions and tigers and bears, whales and bats and giraffes and goats and squirrels and goats. Did I say goats twice? Many goats. They're all placental mammals, including us humans. Primates are a kind of placental mammal. So placentals, marsupials, but the original, like, ancestral state is kind of illustrated by the monotremes. They're a good example of that. You know? Yeah. So cool to think about. We might think of monotremes as being really weird, but they used to be the normal ones. There was a time when all mammals laid eggs. The monotremes are still doing that. Everybody else has betrayed their roots. They give birth to live young. Sometimes they put them in a pouch. Sometimes they don't. That's a weird thing. That's a weird special mammal thing today. Again, the ancestral trait, the original mammals laid eggs. Yeah. Yeah.
From other mammals a long time ago, like two
There we go.
Monotremes are mammals, so they have mammary glands and milk, and they're covered in hair, and they can heat up their bodies. But monotremes also lay eggs. In fact, they have a bunch of weird adaptations, and many scientists think that they branched off from other mammals a long time ago, like 200 million years ago. So by taking...
So they started doing their own thing like 200 million years ago. They diverged, by which I mean their group split off from the rest of the tree, evolved in a different direction, and they've been doing that ever since. Does that make sense?
A closer look at echidnas, we can see how these unusual traits work and why they may have stuck around. Echidnas, like all monotremes, are missing something most animals rely on to digest food. They don't have stomachs. The digestive system is basically a series of flesh bags with different secretions, enzymes, and bacteria. It breaks down food, absorbs those nutrients, and gets rid of the waste. At least 450 million years ago, scientists think that vertebrates were having trouble getting nutrients out of larger proteins in their diets. So to cope with
our site. There you go, Snowy. Yeah, yeah. So at the beginning of the Jurassic, that's probably around the time that the monotremes diverged and started doing their own thing. They continued laying eggs, and other groups of mammals are... They continued laying eggs too, but some groups of mammals, like the Therian mammals, stopped laying eggs at some point.
These big molecules, they evolved like a sack of super corrosive acid and other digestive enzymes, a stomach. But over millions of years, there were some vertebrates that apparently didn't need that extra help. like monotremes. Researchers have found that genes that code for stomach acid and enzymes seem to have mutated to the point of being lost from their genome. Echidnas mostly eat ants and termites, using long, sticky tongues to catch their prey and a bony plate in their mouth to grind them up. And even without stomachs, echidnas seem to be surviving just fine. Maybe even better than fine, because they live a ridiculously long time. There are reports of echidnas living up to 50 years in captivity and over 40 in the wild. The platypus, for comparison, maxes out at around 17 years in captivity. Scientists think this...
So that's remarkably long-lived for a small mammal. 50 years in captivity, 40 years in the wild. Like, those are like chimp numbers. Those are almost like elephant numbers. I know elephants can live to be like 80, but that's only if they happen to live in an area where they're not grinding it on their teeth very much. I don't know. Compare that to like a mountain lion or something. I think they live, what, like 8 years in the wild? Something like that? 50 years. 40 in the wild for an echidna. Nuts. Nuts.
The platypus, for comparison, maxes out at around 17 years in captivity. Scientists think this lifespan might be related to how their bodies manage energy. Even though they can generate heat, monotremes have some of the lowest body temperatures of any mammal. Humans sit at a comfortable 37 degrees Celsius, but the echidna only gets up to 32 degrees and down to 10 while hibernating. Now, temperature is one variable that fits into the metabolic theory of ecology, a mathematical model that describes how an organism's metabolic rate relates to things like body mass and lifespan.
Mizart Rules says, do you have any predators? Mizart Rules, you've seen them here. They're my landlords, Mini Pie and Sweetie Pie. I don't feed them. They're going to eat me. Yeah. I certainly have predators. They'll probably be showing up later.
Scientists have found that echidnas have a relatively low basal metabolic rate, even compared to platypuses. That means they typically use energy more slowly. Because echidnas are also relatively small and stay cooler, the metabolic theory of ecology predicts a longer lifespan. The thing is, though, by some calculations, echidnas live almost 4 times longer than these predictions say they should. So researchers think there must be something else going on, and it's probably related to how their cells defend against damage.
Mossalith says, that's how people talk about my snake. He's going to eat you one day. Yeah, good luck. Unless it's an enormous snake, like the world's largest reticulated python or something, then not a chance. Cats, though, will eat you after you're dead. They might wait a few hours, but yeah. That's why I'm lucky there's other people who live in this house, too. It's not just me and the cats, you know. Every morning I wake up and I go, cats didn't eat me tonight, you know? I know they love me, but I'm sure they would also love to eat me, you know? Physic wouldn't wait at all, says Lynette, yeah. Yeah.
In a study from 2010, echidna skeletal muscles and liver cells were shown to be resistant to something called lipid peroxidation. Peroxidation is a chemical process that happens naturally to molecules in cell membranes, specifically fat molecules with double-bonded carbons. These lipids are attacked by chemically reactive compounds and break down in a sort of chain reaction, and we think this is one of the key parts of aging. Now, echidnas have a lot of monounsaturated fats in their cell membranes, and these molecules are less likely to be broken down because they only have one double bond. This sort of resistance to aging is unusual but not completely unique. Animals like the naked mole rats and humans have similar cell membranes and live longer lives. So the weirdest thing about echidnas probably comes down to their reproduction. Males flock to females, often in mating trains of 6 or more echidnas, hoping to sow their wild oats. They build the females a trench and then fight, trying to push each other out, and eventually one pair mates. Every female actually has 2 reproductive tracts branching off from a single opening, and every male has a 4-pronged penis. And it turns out only 2 of the penis heads are active during one mating session, which I guess makes sense. 1 sperm cannon per reproductive tract. One paper suggested that this is because of competition. Basically, the first male who mates with a female wants to beat out other sperm that might be deposited later. But we aren't exactly sure why the 4 prongs exist if they only use 2 at a time. It might be competition related. They could use 2 different pools of sperm or cut down on the refractory time between mating sessions because the other half of the penis is ready to go. Researchers have even compared this kind of half activation to the 2 hemipenes swarms of lizards and snakes, which are used one at a time. After an egg is fertilized, it grows inside the female until it's about 2 centimeters across. Then, the soft-shelled egg gets laid into a pouch, which is kind of similar to both modern reptiles and marsupials.
Interesting. Yeah. So here's the thing, is that monotremes represent kind of a primitive condition in mammals, so it's like, it's pretty close to the ancestry of mammals. They haven't had these wild changes like Therian mammals have. They still lay eggs. They're still kind of doing things the old-fashioned way, so to speak. And so it's not worlds different from what reptiles do. Mammals and reptiles both come from a common ancestor. And so early on in that evolution, you get these branches that come off like monotremes, like our echidnas and platypus. And they're still kind of doing things the old-fashioned way. It's almost similar to like what reptiles do, in a way. There hasn't been as many changes. There hasn't been this wild, crazy remodeling like you have in Therian mammals.
After about 10 days, the baby, called a puggle, hatches. It latches onto a mammary gland on the echidna's belly to feed because echidnas don't have nipples. After about 3 months, it crawls out into the world. So we're not entirely sure how monotremes fit into the evolutionary transitions between laying eggs and giving birth to live young. And since echidnas also have a long life and weird digestive systems, it seems like they just sort of pulled from a grab bag of adaptations. The journey of evolution keeps finding ways to surprise us.
Pretty
Here
cool.
at SciShow, we would like to take you on a journey too. A long overdue journey. Let's start here. Our current...
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this video right here from SciShow. Good stuff. There wasn't really a lot of video of echidnas in there, so let's go back and we'll set the stage for our... There we go. Here's one from the Taronga Zoo, Sydney. Here's a puggle, a baby echidna.
We have a lovely little short-beaked echidna puggle. It's only about 30 days old when it came in, and it's quite bald and no spines yet. It was found at Anna Bay on a walk-in track, so it's quite possible that it just fell out of Mum's pouch because it would still be in Mum's pouch at that time. When they get a bit older, maybe about 10, 15 days older, they're actually left in a burrow, and Mum only comes back every couple of days to feed the puggle. So at the moment I only have to feed this one every 2 days. It just sucks milk out of my hand because the mother doesn't have any teats. She just has milk patches,
nipples.
so baby would just suck the milk off those patches. I do take it home with me. At the moment I'm keeping it in a small esky just to keep the right temperature. They actually have quite a low temperature, which is about 25 to 27 degrees, so the esky is really good for keeping that constant temperature.
DM-Wing says she has milk coming out of her... No, you saw she was dropping milk in with an eyedropper. You saw DM-Wing. You saw how that worked.
I'd say it's be a few months yet before it looks like a real echidna. They actually don't wean or come out of the burrow till they're about 6 or 7 months, so still got a lot of tender loving care for a few months yet.
Kind of like Max Rebo. I'm shocked that I know what you're talking about, Nightfall the Red. It does. Max Rebo and his band. Yeah. The ears are shorter on the echidna puggle, but yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, echidnas are really weird and really cool, and yeah.
They've been around for 110 to 120 million years.
I guess this is where echidnas and platypus split, was between 110 and 120 million years ago. This will be relevant to our fossil news story, which we'll do right after this video.
So they were on the planet with the dinosaurs, and we all know what happened to the dinosaurs. They died out. But echidnas have survived, and that's why we have so much to learn about survival strategies and what they've done, how they've done it.
Very cool, Valiant. Yeah.
Pelican Lagoon
Fascinating animals.
to meet a woman who knows more about echidnas than most people on the planet.
I'm sure she knows more about echidnas than 99.9% of all people on the planet. I'm sure 50% of people on the planet would not be able to tell an echidna from a porcupine or a hedgehog or something, you know.
But when I arrived at
And are echidnas only found in Australia? I think they're also found in Papua New Guinea, but nearby Australia. Nightfall, yeah.
a rustic home and research centre nestled in the bush, I realise I'm not the only visitor.
What have you got here, Peggy?
Well, I have Flat Frida and Flat Fred.
Whoa.
So I will just take them out of their little favorite t-shirt here. Both of these were roadkill.
Dr. Peggy Riz-Miller is a celebrated scientist originally from the United States who moved to the island in the late 80s to study the elusive short-beaked echidna.
We call them incentive mammals because you can't just come to Australia and expect to find an echidna. You really have to, you know, be in the bush and spend time. Nothing happens quickly.
I like that. Incentive mammals. I gotta introduce that term to Fisher. Yeah, they're incentive mammals, like all Mesozoic mammals, I guess. You gotta really look for them. They don't just jump out at you. You gotta really put in the
They've been around
time.
for a long time. You can't just come to Australia and expect to find an echidna. You really have to, you know, be in the bush and spend time. Nothing happens quickly. They've been around for a long time, and so we call it echidna time.
Rabbits and hares. Yeah, visibly was that. Yeah.
For over 3
This
decades,
went a while ago, I think.
Peggy has been putting radio transmitters on echidnas. And with the help of volunteers and scientists, she's been able to track them and unravel a few mysteries.
These insects? Yes, indeed, Naderfiend, yeah.
What about being an island makes the ecology on Kangaroo Island so special?
Being surrounded by water means that, you know, it's not always easy for things to get here. We don't have any rabbits. We don't have any foxes. So what we have here, we have plant and animal interactions, much as they were pre-European times. And you can't say that for any place else in Australia, and probably many places in the world.
Now, when famous biologist and broadcaster Sir David Attenborough wants to film these ancient creatures, he calls on Peggy.
Nice.
How did the fires impact the echidna population?
Actually, echidnas and goannas fared really well during the fires. Echidnas are great diggers, and most of them had dug in. So they dig down, move those spines around so that dirt goes between them, and they were very good at surviving the fires.
Good for them. Wow.
While Australia has always been a land of fire, now with global warming, our
Kettle Cook says, what does she mean by pre-European times? Before Europeans arrived in Oceania. Before Europeans arrived on the continent.
bushfires are more frequent and more savage. But here, there are
So when Europeans arrived, they introduced critters like rabbits, cane toads, all kinds of other animals like that. They drove a lot of other animals into extinction in Australia. And there absolutely are rabbits and foxes in Australia. They've caused just incredible ecological devastation. They are plagues on the continent. Absolutely. Yes, it's Valiant Cheese can tell you as an Aussie. Yeah. Colonial Europeans had a huge impact on the Australian environment and ecology. There you go, Valiant Cheese. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Plenty of signs of life.
As a biologist, fire is not devastating. Fire is actually a tool that has formed Australia, and so we say that it's a new starting point, and things are coming back, and it's beautiful the way it's coming back.
Peggy tells me there's not only been a lot of changes in nature, but also in attitudes towards it.
So conservation measures, I think, has become very personal.
Ooh, look at this. This is some sort of elasmobranch here. I think this is a kind of skate. Very cool. A cartilaginous fish. So related to like stingray, but I think this is a skate. Yeah.
For a lot of the landholders,
It's beautiful.
we have our farming community that realizes how important the native scrub is.
So you're seeing a little bit of a collaboration between some farmers and some greenies.
Well, absolutely. I like to say,
Thank you for the
we're
hydrate
not
there.
brown and green on the island.
Pseudosaurus.
We're actually melting together to form, a beautiful union of what nature is about.
Peggy said that on average it takes about 300 hours to find an echidna in the wild on KI. It must be my lucky day.
You walked up, the camera was already there. Somebody else found this for you. Again. And the camera was already there before the vehicle stopped. I mean, how else would you get that shot? We know how these things work.
Peggy said that on average...
And Nader Fiend says, are those like porcupine spikes? They're not. So porcupine spines are modified hairs that actually detach from the animal, and they have barbs on the end in order to embed themselves in flesh. If you're like a mountain lion or something and you get a face full of porcupine spines, you might die because those spines don't come out. They can only go further in based on how they're barbed at the tip. And so if you're a mountain lion and you get a face full of porcupine spines, they will go up into your nose, into your sinuses, into your eyeballs. They might go into your brain. That could be curtains for you. Echidnas, however, these are just spiny bits. They don't come out as far as I know. Like if you're so dumb as to try an open hand slap an echidna, you're just going to get little punctures on your hand and it'll really hurt. But those spines aren't going to come out and embed themselves in your hand. Yeah. They don't loose the spines in the same way that porcupines do.
It takes about 300
More like
hours
hedgehogs.
to
There you go.
find
That's
an
what I'm
echidna
saying.
in the wild on KI.
Yeah.
It must be my lucky day. He's massive.
He's not super happy with me being around, so he's burrowing right down in there. Like they did during the fires. What a survivor.
Very cool. Echidnas, really, really neat animals. Maybe we want to watch a real quick... it might take a minute, but this is going to be good background. Let's watch this too.
A long time ago,
We're having fun here.
on a continent far, far away, a spiky little mammal waddled into existence. It's covered in thorny spines. It has a tongue half as long as its body, and a literal superpower. Oh, and it lays eggs too.
Yep.
This is the echidna.
They're so cool. Great videos from Animalogic. They're always a treat.
For this unusual order containing echidnas and platypuses, laying eggs is thought to be an evolutionary survival strategy. Similar to marsupials, who keep their undeveloped young in their pouches, monotremes keep their eggs in their pouches.
Yep.
But unlike many marsupials, early monotremes found success with a life in the water.
Yep.
And having their offspring safe from drowning in the protection of the egg proved to give them a much higher chance of survival. Today, echidnas have found new niches to exploit and don't swim all that much. But with no evolutionary pressure to change, they've kept on with their unusual reproductive strategy. In fact, many of their seemingly strange anatomical features were commonplace among early mammals.
What was I telling you?
We're the weird ones for not laying eggs.
Exactly. They're doing things the old-fashioned way. None of this giving birth to live young stuff like Therian mammals do today, the marsupials and the placentals like us. They're doing things the way the first mammals did, laying eggs.
We were just driving along the highway, heading to our first hotel, and lo and behold, there were two echidnas on the side of the road.
Whoa.
Also known as spiny anteaters, echidnas have received this misnomer due to their diet, rather than relation to actual anteaters.
Yep.
Their diet is primarily made up of ants and termites, and their snouts are perfectly adapted for this tasty regimen.
And I didn't mean that as a pun, Nell, but
Using
I'll
their
take it.
powerful claws to dig up prey, they'll stick their lengthy snouts into the ground, extending their long, sticky tongues to catch insects, leaving the cutest little nose holes in the ground.
Again, imagine you're walking along and you see a hole in the ground.
Holes in the ground.
Would you know that that's from an echidna? Sticking its snoot into the ground? Would you know that? So cool.
Their tongues are quite long, measuring up to 18 centimeters, about half the length of their entire body.
Jeez.
Since they don't have any teeth, echidnas...
Anybody in the chat have a tongue half the length of their body? I kind of doubt it, but, you know, Zimius says yes. DM Wing says yes. Well, we've got at least two. Cool. Very cool. And there you go, Scoobs, yeah.
Chew their meals by pressing them against the roof of their mouths, crushing them with their powerful tongues. But they have one more adaptation that helps them find a meal: a sixth sense. Their snouts are lined with electroreceptors that can detect even the slightest of muscle movements, allowing the echidnas to target their prey with razor accuracy. They are one of the few terrestrial animals that have this superpower.
Pretty cool.
Part of their efficacy on the hunt comes from their surprisingly large brains. Their brains have a huge prefrontal cortex. In humans, this is the part of the brain that we use for higher-level strategic thinking. They have a lot of folds in their brains, which suggests that they are relatively complex. Experiments have found that they are as smart as cats and rats.
Huh.
Scientists have even discovered that echidnas experience rapid eye movement while sleeping.
Oh, they have REM sleep?
REM sleep is connected with dreaming. What could an echidna be dreaming about? Probably chasing chaos emeralds. I'm gonna try and get a little bit closer. There were two when we were driving by. Oh, there he is. Oh, guys. Can you see that right behind me? This guy's being shy though. He's hiding in the bushes. Well, it was just a glimpse, but we've seen two echidnas. So
Nader Fiend says, who fills that insectivore niche in North America? Good question. So that would be, that is a really good question. Who's eating all the ants and stuff in North America? We don't have anteaters here. We don't have hedgehogs here. To a certain extent, bears, I guess. Bears do that. My sister, oh boy, after shrews and moles to a certain extent, but moles mostly eat subterranean insects and invertebrates, things like worms and stuff. That's the purview of moles. I think bears might be taking up a lot of that slack. They might be occupying that niche. There are no bears in Australia. Armadillos to a certain extent too. Yeah, no, armadillos will eat a lot of insects. And horned toads. Yeah, the spiny lizards, leech race. Here. Yeah, spiny lizards and horned lizards. Sometimes called horned toads or horned frogs. They are neither toads nor frogs. They're lizards. These guys eat a lot of ants. But you only find them in certain areas. They're not super widespread. You get them throughout, like, the desert southwest. But that's about it, I think. So who is kind of occupying that niche in North America? Bears, I guess. Certain birds. Yeah.
So, not bad.
Yeah.
Echidnas are brimming with curiosities.
Raccoons, too. Yeah, raccoons
One of
will
the
eat
other
anything.
traits that makes them near unique among mammals is that their stomachs are almost devoid of acid. Since they have no stomach acid, a lot of harder materials pass straight through them, leading some scientists to believe that they have no stomachs at all, as a stomach is defined as the part of the digestive system that has acid to break down solids. This lack of acid stems from their ancestors' diet, which didn't require heavy acid to digest, and so they stopped expending energy to produce it.
Oh, skunks, too. Yeah, skunks do eat a lot of bugs. This is true, Little Pink Pony. Skunks, some other kinds of mustelids as well. People keep saying possums. I don't think possums feed on ants, but they do certainly like to eat ticks. But it's not like an opossum is going to go and tear open an ant mound and lick up all the ants. That's not how they feed, as I understand it. Whereas a skunk will do that sometimes.
The next thing on the long list of the echidna's oddities are their eyes. Their eyes are unique in the animal world because they're hard and flat. Echidnas have possibly the flattest eyes among mammals, giving them an insane focal length, allowing them to spot predators from great distances. Their eyes are also very hard, protecting them from getting stabbed by their spikes when they roll into a ball.
Interesting.
Those spikes are actually modified hairs and are primarily made of keratin.
Yep. It's like
They're
hair
the
is.
echidna's first line of defense. Where's the stain ball?
Anyway, interesting stuff. I'll give you a link to this video if you want to watch the rest of it, but we got to jump into our fossil news here, because we have fossil echidna news, and it is intriguing. Extremely rare event, the headline says. Bone analysis suggests ancient echidnas lived in water?
What?
Yeah. Water.
What?
A small bone found 30 years ago at Dinosaur Cove in southeastern Australia could turn what we know about the evolution of echidnas and platypuses on its head. Up until now, the accepted understanding about these egg-laying monotremes, arguably the most unusual mammals on the planet, was that they were both descended from a land-bound ancestor. And while the platypus ancestors became semi-aquatic, the echidnas stayed on land, or so the story went. But following a University of New South Wales-led analysis of the bone, which was discovered by a team from Museums Victoria in Australia, it now looks like echidnas and platypuses evolved from a water-dwelling ancestor. Again, this is the first time I'm reading this. I didn't have time to go through this stuff today. Busy day today. I wonder what their evidence for this is. Lead author and paleontologist, Emeritus Professor Suzanne Hand from University of New South Wales School of Biological Earth and Environmental Sciences, School of Bees, says there are about 30 instances where mammals evolved from land dwelling to live wholly or partly in water. For example, whales, dolphins, dugongs, seals, walruses, otters, and beavers. But it's virtually unheard of to see mammals evolve in the opposite direction. We were actually just talking about this yesterday. How, whales took to the oceans and got rid of their legs, and it's bye-bye. They will never come back onto land, presumably. Unless all of the mammal species on land die out and whales are the only ones left. Maybe then. But even then, I don't know. I don't know if that would happen. So yeah. So it's virtually unheard of to see mammals go from the sea to the land. It happens all the time. They go from the land to the sea, but not vice versa. We're talking about a semi-aquatic mammal that gave up the water for a terrestrial existence. And while it would be an extremely rare event, we think that's what happened with echidnas, she says. something funny about this humerus. In a study published in PNAS, that's the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. If they didn't want us to call it PNAS, they should have picked a different acronym. That's what everybody calls it. In a study published in PNAS, the researchers described how a single humerus bone discovered in Victoria in the early 1990s challenges the terrestrial ancestor theory. The humerus bone, that's the upper arm bone here. So, your humerus is right in here. Well, mine is in here. Yours is in your arms. That's the upper arm bone between the shoulder and elbow. Is the only known bone that belongs to this extinct species, Cryorictes cadburyi. Cryorictes cadburyi. I think that means frozen burrow. Cryorictes. Named in 2005. Cryorictes cadburyi. This is all that's known from it. Is a single humerus, single arm bone. Not a lot to go on here. Here's a link. Was it named after the chocolate? I don't know, Rushwing. There's a chance it was. There's a few different dinosaurs known from Dinosaur Cove in Australia, including Quantosaurus. There we go. Quantosaurus, little beaky plant-eating dinosaur. What does that sound like? Quantosaurus. Does that ring any bells for anybody? Quantosaurus. It's indeed named after the airline Qantas. Yeah. So there's a chance that this is named after Cadbury. This is from the same formation, presumably like the same team, named Cryorictes cadburyi. There's another dinosaur called Atlas Copcosaurus from the here we go, Atlas Copcosaurus, named after Atlas Copco, which is the company. The generic name refers to Atlas Copco Company, which had provided equipment for the dig that discovered the dinosaur in 1984. So is Cryorictes named after Cadbury Chocolate Company? The species is named in honor of Cadbury chocolates. Well, well, well. Referring to the dark color of the holotype, as well as for the recognition and support provided by Cadbury chocolates during the fieldwork that resulted in the discovery of the specimen. There you go. I thought, it's not far-fetched that it would be named after that. You've got other fossil organisms from that same formation, presumably named by the same team. So there you go. Yeah. Cryorictes. That's our fossil echidna here. So in a study published in PNAS, the researchers described how a single humerus bone discovered in Victoria in the early 90s challenged the terrestrial ancestor theory. The humerus bone, which is the upper arm bone between the shoulder and elbow, is the only bone known that belongs to this extinct species, Cryorictes, named in 2005. That's all we have, is that single humerus bone right there. And now we've got a new paper on it. No new material. This is discovered in the 90s. Yeah. Outwardly, the single humerus looked more similar to those found in echidnas than in platypuses, and led some scientists to conclude it may have been an ancestor of modern echidnas. But other scientists have suggested it was an early common ancestor to the platypus and the echidna. So, the ancestor of both the platypus and the echidna might have been this critter, Cryorictes. potentially. Known as a stem monotreme, so like an ancestor of monotremes. Whether Cryarictes lived life solely on land like modern echidnas, or amphibious like the living platypus, has been debated. But to answer these questions, and again, this is a beautiful illustration in a sense of how science works. Science is not about just having opinions or hunches. Science is about testing ideas. Science is about, let's try and figure out what's what by running experiments, gathering data, trying to falsify ideas. We're testing these things, you know? So to answer these questions, Professor Hand and colleagues decided to have a closer look at the fossil, including the internal microstructure of the bone, using CT and other scanning techniques. While the external structure of bone allows you to directly compare it with similar animals to help work out the animal's relationships, the internal structure, the inside, tends to reveal clues about its lifestyle and ecology, she says. So the internal structure doesn't necessarily give you information about what that animal actually is, but it can tell you about its environment and how it lived. When Cryarictes cadburyi lived in southern Victoria around 108 million years ago, during the Cretaceous period, during the age of dinosaurs, monotremes and monotreme relatives dominated Australia's mammalian faunas. Australian Mesozoic mammals are rare and are known mostly only from their teeth and jaws. Cryarictes cadburyi is so far the only one known from a limb bone, said co-author Professor Michael Archer. This humerus has provided an exceptional opportunity to gain insights into how early Australian mammals lived, and it tells quite a story, perhaps not the one we expected to discover. When the researchers looked at the internal structure of the ancient humerus bone, they were surprised to discover it didn't match the light bones of echidnas. The internal structure revealed platypuses had very thick bone walls and a very reduced cavity within the bone for the bone marrow, while echidnas have very thin wall bones. The microstructure of the fossil Cryarictes is more like the internal bone structure seen in platypuses, in which their heavy bones act like ballast, allowing them to easily dive and forage for food. You see this in other semi-aquatic mammals. So, you see this in penguins, too. You know how birds are famous for having hollow bones, very lightweight bones? Penguins, being flightless birds that swim underwater, they do not have those same hollow bones. They've evolved bones that are much thicker, denser, heavier, because penguins don't want to float. They want to be able to dive easily. So they're trying to be as close to neutrally buoyant as possible. They need to densify their bones. We see this in fossil mammals and in modern mammals too. Mammals that need to be neutrally buoyant in the water, diving mammals, they tend to have thicker, heavier, denser bones. And you see this in this fossil echidna upper arm bone, apparently. The researchers have concluded that this analysis adds far more weight to the idea that stem monotremes started off as semi-aquatic animals. Somewhere along the line, they argue, ancestors of echidnas moved onto the land, where their bones became lighter as they adapted to a new way of life. But unfortunately, the fossil record of platypus and echidna ancestors is sparse, and it's not possible yet to say exactly when this happened. I think this is a lovely illustration of just how sparse this fossil record is, too, where we're saying all this based on a single bone. One solitary bone you have all of this study being done on, because there's just not very much material. So you've got to take what you've got and use it to the best of your ability. Looking at this single upper arm bone here, they're able to make inferences and say, well, it looks really thick on the inside when you CT scan it. Maybe this critter was semi-aquatic. Little Pink Pony says, is it possible that this is just a platypus bone? I think it's very unlikely, because I'm guessing a platypus humerus probably looks a lot different. But let's see. That looks pretty different to me. Yeah, humerus right there of a platypus. Yeah. It's got a crazy wide distal end to it. That looks pretty different. Well, it doesn't look wildly different. But again, I don't work on these guys. I'm gonna give these researchers the benefit of the doubt here. And say they've probably explored that possibility and negated it. But I don't know. Yeah. This is one of the reasons why we're increasing our efforts to help investigate the Mesozoic opalized fossils of Lightning Ridge, New South Wales, which are about the same age as the Victorian fossil deposits, Professor Archer says. We're hoping we'll discover other ancestral monotremes that will help unravel the early history of this most fascinating group of mammals. There are other oddities about modern echidnas that could be further clues that speak to their semi-aquatic ancient past. The bill of the platypus is well known to have a lot of highly sensitive receptors that detect tiny electrical currents generated by prey, and while the beaks of echidnas have far fewer receptors, people have suggested that these receptors are a leftover of their platypus heritage, as are remnants of the platypus bill that can be found in the beak of echidna embryos. So it could be that echidnas evolved from platypuses, or from a very platypus-like ancestor. It could be that the shared ancestor of platypus and echidnas looked very much like a platypus. Another feature that could have been inherited from an aquatic ancestor, Professor Hand says, is that the echidna's hind feet are turned backwards, much like a platypus's hind feet, which it uses as rudders when swimming. But in echidnas, this feature is used when burrowing, something not seen in other mammals except platypuses. So interesting stuff. Yeah. And next up for the researchers is to further examine the microscopic anatomy known as histology of the Cryorichtes humerus using other methods. We know that bone histology, cutting open the bones and looking at the growth rings and stuff on the inside, can say a lot about how an animal lives. This kind of investigation typically requires destructive sampling of bone, so literally cutting it, which is not possible to do with a unique fossil like Cryorichtes. I mean, I'm all for cutting up fossils. Yeah, glue is cheap, yes, Lilithopo, but when all of this work is on a single bone like this, you've got multiple scientific papers written about a single bone, it is a rare and precious thing, and maybe don't cut it up, I guess, you know? I understand why they don't want to do it, Charlie's Dragon. Me too. And I say this as a militant histology enthusiast. Put up all those bones, but maybe not this one, you know? Yeah. Instead, they're trying to apply powerful scanning techniques, including non-destructive synchrotron imaging of the fossil, in order to gather even more information to help unravel this ancient mystery. The research was carried out in collaboration with the Australian National University, and other institutions in Canada, Colombia, France, and the UK. Good stuff. Here is a link to the press release, and then here is the paper in the journal PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
Access granted.
And it is not paywalled, so here is a link to that paper in PNAS there. There you go. Really big author list for single humerus. Oh boy. This is often how it goes with Mesozoic mammals, though. Oh, and Laura Wilson's one of the authors. Nice. Yeah, so let's just read they have the abstract right here, which is standard for a scientific paper, a short summary. Before that, they have the significance here. Let's read that. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, edited by Zhe Shi Luo. Well, well, well. I know that guy. Was it in here or was it in a different one? I'm trying to find this particular clip because I know this guy. Let's get into the ears. That's got to be in this one. Oh. Bingo. This is relevant because we're going to be talking about Mesozoic mammals here.
When the transition took place is difficult because the tiny ear bones sit loose in the skull and they are rarely found with the rest of the body. But recently, a fascinating discovery was made in another part of the world. China. One of the leading scientists involved in the study is my colleague, Zexi Lo, who works in a lab next door to mine.
So Lo is a fabulous anatomist. Here's a guy who knows the anatomy of the teeth, the anatomy of the jaws, the anatomy of the ears, of reptiles and mammals as well as anybody on the planet. Furthermore, he's able to work with really tiny specimens.
Like this one, Hadrocodium.
When the fossil was first spotted in the field, my friend thought it's just a pebble. He picked it up and he realized there were bones in that pebble. It's a fossil.
It's a skull. That's a whole skull of a Mesozoic mammal.
We know that it's actually a mammal skull, and it's related to the origin of all mammals.
They named it Hadrocodium. Using a 3D printer, Lo built an enlarged replica of its tiny skull. The teeth had cusps like other mammals. But it's the lower jaw that really stood out.
Yep.
The jaw joint looked remarkably like that of modern mammals, which suggests that the old reptilian jaw
I'll see you later, Valiant Cheese.
were
Thanks
no
for being
longer
here.
being used to eat with.
Yeah.
They had become part of the ear.
On the inside of the jaw, there are structures to hold the ear bone. This shows us Hadrocodium's ear bones are still attached to the jaw.
But the attachment was minimal. Hadrocodium's ear bones were on their way to being completely separate.
Pretty cool.
So this 195-million-year-old creature, no bigger than a paperclip, had taken a big step towards the kind of hearing we have today.
Yep.
Along with its specialized teeth and fur coat, Hadrocodium is regarded as one of the earliest mammals. And there was a final surprise. Another important mammalian feature inside its skull.
We originally thought the early mammals' brain were a lot smaller, but Hadrocodium really surprised us. Has a huge brain. In fact, its brain is 50% bigger relative to its body mass than anything before it.
Nuts.
That's why we called the fossil Hadrocodium. It means it got a great big brain.
Yeah, Hadrocodium means big brain. Anyway, Zexi Luo here. I've been seeing his name, reading his work for years. at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting this past, end of October, beginning of November. I got to hang out with a bunch of paleontologist friends. Got to catch up with a lot of people. There's me and Ken and Fisher getting a sushi dinner on the first night. And then we went back to the host hotel, and we're just kind of sitting there in the bar hanging out. And who should sit down next to me but Zhe Lo? And I said, hey, I know you. You worked on Hadrocodium. So we got to talk for a while. Really nice guy. Very gracious. Yeah. Hanging out with a lowly dinosaur paleontologist like myself, being a mammal guy. He, very gracious. Nice guy. Anyway, and he is the editor on this paper right here, which is really cool. So anyway, let's finish this out with our monotremes, our echidnas and platypus. So the egg-laying monotremes have played a central role in our understanding of the mammalian evolution, but their fossil record is poor. Not a lot of fossils to go off of. And their evolutionary history is controversial. Living monotremes are ecologically very distinct from each other. The platypus is well adapted to a semi-aquatic lifestyle, whereas echidnas are fully terrestrial. Here we show that an isolated mammal humerus from the early Cretaceous of Australia, from a species called Cryarictes, catbury-eye, belongs to a monotreme, and that microscopic features of this bone indicate that this monotreme was a semi-aquatic burrower. This suggests that the amphibious lifestyle of the modern platypus had its origins at least 100 million years ago, during the age of dinosaurs, and that echidnas evolved from semi-aquatic ancestors. So this critter is thought to be Cryarictes. Let's see if we can find an image. There's the humerus there, of course, like we've been looking at. I don't think that's what this animal would have looked like, but maybe something like that. I don't know. It's hard to say. Think of like a cross between an echidna and a platypus, and you'd be pretty close to... Yeah, maybe something like this. That'd be close to what this animal would have looked like, presumably. Potentially the ancestor of the platypus and the echidna. Known so far from only this bone. But someday, we'll find more of this critter and its relatives. That'll be really good. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. The echidnapus, says Mayor Space. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, cool stuff. Again, if you want to read the paper, here is a link there in the chat for you, but we're not going to dwell on this any further. We've got lots of other fossil news to cover. So let's get into that. Continuing with our mammal theme here, let's talk about that. A new Mesozoic mammal from Mongolia. Fossils of a new mammal species from the age of dinosaurs discovered in Mongolia's Gobi Desert. This just came out today. Exciting. And look at this illustration, this sniveling little mammal crawling up the leg of this duck-billed dinosaur here in the late Cretaceous of Mongolia. Again, to get this idea across to anybody who's maybe kind of new here. We as human beings are a kind of mammal. So mammals are a group of tetrapod vertebrates that, females feed their young with milk. They're often warm-blooded. They often have fur or hair, although not always. Yeah. We, as human beings, are a kind of mammal. we're over here on the mammal family tree. There's us right there. Here the bonobos and the chimps, and the gorillas, and the orangutans, etc. We're a kind of ape, which is a kind of primate, which is a kind of Euarchontoglier. Right there, Euarchontoglires, which is kind of Boreoeutherian, which is a type of placental mammal, which is a type of therian mammal, which is a type of mammal. The echidna and the platypus are way over here, just to give us our bearings. So mammals are they're a cool group of animals today. I work on dinosaurs, but I have an appreciation for mammals. I am one after all. Some of my best friends are mammals. Mammals are worth appreciating. And we've got a new species of mammal from Mongolia. This press release is put together by the Okayama University of Science. Cool. So a joint research team has discovered a fossil belonging to a previously unknown genus and species of mammal in the late Cretaceous strata of Mongolia's Gobi Desert. This mouse-sized animal is named Ravya ishii. The species name honors Duldutian Danzaravya, a revered 19th century Buddhist monk, and the late Kenichi Ishii, a former director of the Hayashibara Museum of Natural Science, who helped establish the Mongolia-OUS Research Partnership. The work is published in the journal Acta Paleontologica Polonica. We'll grab a link to that. Team included researchers from Japan and from Mongolia. During a joint expedition in 2019 to the Benshir Formation, the fossil-bearing deposit in the Gobi Desert, Mongolia, the team found a 1 centimeter partial lower jaw. So again, this highlights that mammals during the Mesozoic tended to be pretty small. These critters, the mammals, which today include giants like elephants, like whales. There were no elephants or whales during the age of dinosaurs. There were no camels or monkeys or bats or rats even. And certainly no primates. Most of your mammals during the Mesozoic would have looked like this. Little fuzzy, shrewy, gerbily, mousy, rat-y guys running around in the shadows of the dinosaurs, just trying to survive in a world ruled by... This is from the Paleostream. Joshua Knupe did this. He streams here on Twitch. That's the Lambdalastes being pursued by a Troodonid, I think. Anyway, mammals were small until that asteroid hit. That's when they got their big break. Yeah.
Whatever the cause, the extinction 65 million years ago
66.
left a void. With the end of the dinosaurs came a new opportunity. Out of the hole left by the Holocaust came the little mammals.
Yep.
If you want to argue, is plausible that mammals got through and dinosaurs didn't, because mammals were small and smallness conveys advantages. They weren't small because they knew a mass extinction was coming. Presumably they were small for negative reasons, because dinosaurs dominated the environments of large-bodied creatures.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Mammals, by and large, were small, very small, during the entire age of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs and mammals evolved around the same time. Maybe mammals a little bit later than dinosaurs, but dinosaurs kept them small. The very most ginormous mammals during the Mesozoic are like maybe the size of a badger. Maybe the size of a real big loaf of bread or something. Those are the most gargantuan mammals. Most of them are very small indeed, like mouse-sized. Including our new one today. Chicxloop saved us, loser mammal, says Rusty Guy. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, yeah. Yeah. Tone Rebellion says, is it still considered possible that the very earliest primates date back to the late Cretaceous? Things like Purgatorius? I don't think Purgatorius is considered a true primate. But like a stem primate? Yeah. Earliest example of a primate or proto-primate. So these guys show up in the fossil record just after the asteroid. Would have been a kind of a squirrel-like little primate or proto-primate. They probably existed before, so the question would be, is it a true primate or not? But, yeah. Anyhow. Let's get back to our paper. Or our press release, rather. So this paper is about a 1 centimeter partial lower jaw. Analysis suggests that the specimen is a member of Zelestidae, a Cretaceous mammal family. So, Zelestids. These are these critters. Yeah, just little guys. Yet its universally tall molars and distinctive jaw shape differ from known relatives. And therefore, the study established a new genus and species. So it's different enough they're saying it's a brand new critter. Never been described by scientists before. The discovery marks the first record of a Zelestid in Mongolia, showing that group also thrived far inland, not only along ancient coastlines, as was previously inferred. The suggested age of the Barrenshire Formation corresponds to the early spread of angiosperms, flowering plants, and terrestrial ecosystems. The robust nature of the molars, big chewing teeth, resemble those of seed and fruit-eating mammals, providing an intriguing insight that early eutherians were already exploiting resources created by flowering plants. When you have plants starting to evolve flowers, it's a game changer. And you have all of these different groups of organisms that evolved to take advantage of that. It causes a revolution among the insects, for instance, and among the mammals, it seems, and maybe among the dinosaurs, too. The evolution of flowering plants changed the world. Before that, there were no flowers on our Earth, and plants looked very different. Once you get the flowering plants evolving, stuff is different. Tsukasa Okoshi, lead author and doctoral candidate, said during the COVID-19 pandemic, the publication process took longer than expected. We were finally able to establish the scientific importance of this specimen. We hope this research will serve as a starting point for further taxonomic studies of other small vertebrate fossils from the same site and era, and will ultimately help uncover the rich biodiversity, including dinosaurs, that once inhabited the Gobi Desert during the Age of Dinosaurs. Professor Modokata Suniyoshi of OUS added, finding such a tiny fossil in the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert feels like a gift from the Gobi Desert. Nothing short of miraculous. I love that. So, you know, we here on Paleontologizing tend toward focusing on the dinosaurs. Because, you know, that's what I work on, that's what I study, that's what I dig up. But it's important sometimes to think about the less charismatic creatures. You know? Those small, meek things. Mammals. Especially during the Mesozoic. Here's the paper. There's a link to it. Right there. There's a link to the PDF, and it is open access.
Access granted.
No paywall here. New late Cretaceous Zelestid mammal from the Barrenshire Formation, Mongolia. Good stuff. So not a... Oh. Full text. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so not a whole lot to talk about here. Here's a fragment of lower jaw. This is, again, less than a centimeter long. And yet this one singular fossil can tell us, oh shoot, this whole group of mammals, they existed in Mongolia, in the center of the continent at this time. One fossil like that can rewrite the history of an entire group. This is an important reminder that you never quite know what you're going to find when you're out in the field. You could turn over a stone and find something that changes the way we think about an entire group of organisms. It's cool stuff. Yeah. So there you go. Welcome to the world, Aravgia ishii, new Mesozoic mammal. Appropriately small for the Mesozoic. Casey Snowart says, we need to get a paleobotanist on Twitch. I have so many questions about plant evolution. Me too. Would be very cool to have some paleobotanists on here. We've got a fossil preparator now, Steve Clausen, whom we raided into yesterday. I'm well pleased that he is streaming on Twitch on the regular now. I kind of convinced him to move from YouTube to Twitch, and I'm really happy that he's decided to do that and stick around. But yeah. Yeah. And the meek will inherit the earth. Well, they did. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, it happens. And Azir later says, question, how are dinosaurs named? We name them. Yeah. So the person or the team that names a dinosaur, that happens during the publication process. So when you say you find a really important fossil like this claw right here, and you go, well shoot, this is finally good enough. I think we can name this animal now. We've got enough material that we can demonstrate that this is different from all other animals previously named. Then you write it up and you publish on it. So my team did this in 2020. Named that animal Trirarchuncus prairiensis. So Denver Fowler, who is lead author on the paper, he came up with the name. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. The name means Captain Hook of the prairie. Here's a very close relative from Mongolia, but it's essentially the same idea, same kind of critter. Captain Hook, that hopefully sounds like an appropriate name given the manual morphology of this animal, shape of its hands. So yeah, in order to name a new animal, whether it's a dinosaur, or a mammal, or a beetle, or a sea sponge, or whatever, you have to pick a name that is unique. You can't give it the same name as any other animal. The scientific name has to be one of a kind, unique. Sometimes it happens that you try and name an animal. Mononychus is actually a really good example. This guy, Mononychus, the Mongolian close relative of Trirarchuncus. Mononychus, it turned out that name was already preoccupied by a beetle. Mononychus, Mononychus. So they had to change it. They decided to just change the spelling to make it unique. So it's still pronounced the same way, but different spelling. And, yeah. It's a very simple name. Mononychus just means one claw. So it kind of makes sense that a beetle would already... There's so many different species of beetle. One of them already had that name, so they just changed it. There we go. Yeah, Mononychus was originally named Mononychus. This name, but it turns out that name already belonged to a beetle. Later that year, it was renamed because the original name had already been used for a beetle, named by Johann Schiepel. Yeah. But yeah, that's how we name dinosaurs. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. And Crowscape says it's amazing you can remember all these names. They all sound so foreign to me. To me, it's kind of like, if somebody's really into, like, classic cars or baseball or something like that, like MLB baseball, like, how do you remember all these different players' names and their records and where they're from and whether they're right or left-handed or whatever? Like, that's hard for me to imagine. But with these guys, you know, we're talking about dinosaurs. These are all like old friends, you know? Many of these guys I've been learning about since I was a kid. You know, you read about them, you talk about them with colleagues, you dig them up in the field. They are like old friends, you know? And sometimes I'll forget the names of certain dinosaurs if I haven't thought about them in a long time or whatever. Sure. There are literally thousands of dinosaurs that have been named at this point. There's about 2,000 different names. This is just the A's right here. Look at that. Still A's. Now there's the B's. These are just different dinosaur genera. There's sometimes multiple species within each genus. Anyway, there's a lot. All the well-known ones, you know, I could talk about them for hours and hours, but there's more obscure ones or ones that are recently published that I might forget because they're so new. But yeah. Yeah. Utahraptor is one of your favorite sazimius. Really? Well, tune in this summer. We're going to be hanging out with the discoverer and namer of Utahraptor, Jim Kirkland. We did a special Utahraptor stream last summer, which I think was really something. There we go. Come on now.
I didn't have time to do a test stream or anything. Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Yeah. Anyway, we've got a really, really special stream for you today because this is an absolutely unique specimen here, collection of specimens. It's hard to find the words for this just because there is nothing else like it. Jim, do you want to tell us a little bit about this? What makes this so special?
We call it the Utahraptor megablock.
Yeah.
For a short two-word explanation.
Ontogeny.
But yeah, it's we have interpreted this as being formed by quicksand.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I was on the margin of a big lake sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the lake levels retreated. So this environment here would have been the floodplain.
There we go.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
soils
Like this.
and plants growing, everything hunky-dory. But as sediment piled
Bunch of
up,
Utahraptor,
causes
maybe other
impacts.
dromaeosaurs.
And the sand
Getting caught in quicksand
mud
here.
associated with the lake sequence underneath. You know, the water isn't compactable. That's why hydraulics works.
Sure, yeah.
You know, so you
Doesn't
push
compress
down
it.
the water,
Uh-huh.
and it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
So it tries to, you know, escape. And one of the things that water can work with a lot better than clay is sand.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens, it brings sand up from the beach
Uh-huh.
and into cracks, and eventually it forms
quicksand like this.
a sand dike.
Right,
Basically
yeah.
coming up into the floodplain
Uh-huh.
and hitting the surface. You know, you can get, like we see along Lake Powell, you know, the delta down there now.
Yep.
Basically, you get sand volcanoes.
So-
the sand comes up in the delta.
This is nuts.
spills
Let's
out.
look at some of these bones.
And the thing is, you can see this, the far
Here we go. So, the remains of at least a dozen different dromaeosaurs here, many of them Utahraptor.
Watch out for that bone there. Nice. All right. Look at that. Look at the density of bones here. This is nuts.
And the thing is, you can see this, the farthest thing away, we're still, haven't even gotten into that yet. But, we have skull stuff in the middle, disarticulated skull here, just a couple skulls over there.
Let's zoom in real close and see some of those teeth and vertebrae and stuff.
Right First big adult Utahraptor brain case from the jaw. This was the part of the base.
Hold on, something's coming out of here.
Hang on.
Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows.
Brachydactylus? Well.
Draco_Dactylus and
Thank you for the raid, Reiko. And Raiders, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. I hope you had an excellent stream, Reiko. Great to see you, Reiko. I should have emailed you today. I've been so busy. But would you be interested in doing a collab stream tomorrow, Reiko? I want to put together some questions and stuff in a Google Doc and share that with you. Yeah. But let me know if you think you'd be game for that. I think it would be cool, but we'll see. I emailed you about that over the weekend. Oh, I need to check my emails. Shoot. It sounds good, Reiko. I'm looking forward to it. Let's do that tomorrow. That'll be neat. Yeah, I can raid in and we can do that. But we were just looking at this stream from,
I think you should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
KS Design Studio.
For all of the wonderful content less than 3.
Thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate the Prime, KS Design Studio. Thank you. Asking if you had a specific topic in mind. Want to play it like jazz. I do want to... I think if we make it current events focused, I think that might be helpful. Getting your viewpoint on some things, and again, kind of having a discussion about the role of science in society and why do people oppose that? Why are certain people afraid of science? That kind of thing. Yeah. Anyhow, back to this with Jim Kirkland.
I work on dinosaurs. Here's Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist for Utah, and we're here in front of the Utahraptor megablock. This is...
See, that's a juvenile skeleton of a Utahraptor right there.
Holy cow. So,
let's take a look at some of those bones.
There's the ilia. They're not fused, the vertebra. So not fused. It's a juvenile.
Huh. Very, very just
these teeth go probably to a new...
Yes, and look
That's
at that
nuts.
right
Look at
there.
those teeth.
You can see some
Look at
teeth.
those. That's just crazy. You've just got a complete dentary right here with these beautiful teeth. The camera really doesn't do it justice. It's incredible.
So this is not Utahraptor. You think this
That
is
one's not, the skull and this beautiful maxilla. We
Look
got,
at that right there.
Another skull on
Look
the
at
other
those
side.
teeth. So that's the upper jaw right there. You see those teeth? everybody?
Maxilla. So tooth right here. There's the maxilla. There's the antorbital fenestra right there. Maxillary fenestra should be right up here somewhere. Just gorgeous.
Look at that. Exquisite preservation.
Yeah, here's a claw here, but juvenile right there. A slashing claw. Here's another partial premaxilla.
Yeah, look at that claw.
Here's the premaxilla. That's the very front of the skull. There's the nasal opening of a baby.
Awesome.
A very small one, certainly.
There was I remember when this was at Thanksgiving Point, I got to take a look at it. They I was just had my face pressed up against the glass. And somebody, it may have been, I don't think it was Scott, but it could have been. He's like, "Are you a paleontologist?" I'm like, "Well, yeah." He's like, "How could you tell?" It's just the way you were looking at this. And he brought me back there, and he was showing me all these little things that they had just uncovered, and there was a tiny little tooth-bearing bone. I think it was a maxilla. It was like the size of a pencil eraser.
Oh, yeah.
Gorgeous little teeth in it.
Oh, yeah. No, it's nuts. And, this fellow that said we may be turning the, bird origins on its head.
Yeah.
Relative.
So, Deathsaurus says, I'm willing to bet that in 10 to 20 years, the Utahraptor will be one of the most well-understood dinosaurs thanks to the discovery. Potentially, yeah. This is incredibly important right here. And like Jim is saying, this could turn the bird origins on its head.
Maybe turning the, bird origins on its head.
Yeah.
Relative to this new little guy being closer to birds than anybody else we've got at the moment.
Yeah.
You know,
Could
at
always
the
change.
moment.
Could always change. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the China Middle Jurassic stuff. Inchiornis is, but they're now saying that is a bird. You know,
There you go, Ray.
but they're still
Exactly.
debating that. It was
Yeah.
a Troodon a while back.
Uh-huh.
But because of that thing, it's also got similarities to this.
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this if you want. Somebody was asking if there's any dinosaurs named after historical figures, or named after people. Absolutely. Oh, Utahraptor is an example. Here, Utahraptor, Ostromazii. Utahraptor is named after John Ostrom and I forget the person whose last name is Mays, but yeah. Utahraptor is named after a person, named after John Ostrom. And such Mays. Let's look that up, because I feel like I should know this off the top of my head. Let's see. The specific name, Ostromazii, is in honor of John Ostrom for his investigations on Deinonychus and its relationships to birds, as well as Chris Mays, who helped in the research of Utahraptor by founding Dynamation. Okay, so he's the founder of Dynamation. Cool. Nice. Yeah. Named after Brian Utah. Oh no, Mayor's face, no. What's that joke about Schweitzer Falls? I don't think it's gonna have the joke in there. Anyway, the famous Schweitzer Falls, named after the famous Dr. Albert Falls. Anyway, yeah. There you go, Dr. House. Yeah, of course. Anywho. Yeah, so there's our new Mesozoic mammal. Good stuff. We can cross that off our list. Again, if you want to read about that, here is a link. And let's get into our next piece of fossil news here. Let's talk about that first Scottish dinosaur. First is going to be wrapped in quotation marks and surrounded by question marks. Because, well, while it was the first dinosaur to be discovered in Scotland, it's not the first to be collected. Many of our superlatives in paleontology have a lot of asterisks next to them, or question marks, or whatever, because what do we mean by first? The specimen is the first and most complete partial dinosaur skeleton currently known from Scotland, according to a team of paleontologists led by National Museums in Scotland. Do we have any Scots here in the chat? Anybody with Scottish heritage, perhaps? But these are some little ornithopody, ornithischian dinosaurs. The newly described specimen dates back to the Middle Jurassic period, approximately 166 million years ago. Dr. Elsa Pansaroli is one of the authors on the study. Middle Jurassic dinosaur fossils are exceptionally poorly known and globally rare, they added. Not a lot of material from the Middle Jurassic. Part of that is just bad luck, and part of that is that there wasn't a whole lot of sediment being laid down in the Middle Jurassic for whatever reason. And that sediment that was being laid down is often not exposed at the surface today. So we don't have a lot of dinosaurs or other critters from the Middle Jurassic period. Yeah. And how do you collect something without discovering it? No, the other way around, Dr. Morbius. Well, but you can collect something without discovering it. You could pick up a big block of rock, bring it back to your museum. It sits in storage for 50 years. Then, at the end of that 50 years, somebody cracks it open and there's a fossil inside. So something could be collected without being discovered. Or something can be discovered out in the field and nobody collects it until later. That's what happened in this case. This partial dinosaur skeleton was first discovered in 1973, but was collected only in 2018. So, 2018 minus 1973, that's 44, possibly 45 years there, in between discovery and collection, which is nuts. But if, as I suspect this is from the Isle of Skye in Scotland, fieldwork here is not easy. These rocks are extraordinarily tough. You often need a rock saw to get them out. It's not easy work. There.
We end tonight on the Isle of Skye off the northwest coast of Scotland. As you might imagine, it has rugged hills, fish.
I hate that they used these like awful clip art CG dinosaur graphics here. This is lousy. They could do so much better than that. Hire a paleo artist, for crying out loud. You're a news company. You have money.
Fishing villages and medieval castles. But as Jonathan Vigliotti shows us, it's also a hotbed of dinosaur discovery.
Hundreds of millions of years have weathered Scotland's remote Isle of Skye, and the prehistoric secrets that are buried in its wrinkles have attracted a caravan of time travelers.
This is spectacular.
American paleontologist Steve Brussati invited us on his research team's quest.
You never really know what you're going to find.
Brussati has traveled to some of the world's most extreme landscapes.
I think Scotland is one of the most exciting new frontiers for dinosaurs. And there's still a lot of fossils to find here. And they're important fossils.
Important because they come from the middle part of the Jurassic period, of which little is known, a time when dinosaurs evolved from the size of house cats into the monsters brought to life by Hollywood. In this real-life Jurassic Park, Brussati is in pursuit of what could be stegosaur bones.
How many times have I heard that? In this real-life Jurassic Park? Okay.
It's over here, Doogie.
Balloon call? No, Cinderella.
Trapped in a boulder.
You can see the texture there. It has the grain of bone, and it has that porous honeycomb type of texture.
Believe it or not, these orange markings are prehistoric bones preserved in sandstone. Paleontology is a lot like detective work.
Detectives put people behind bars. What's your end game here?
We put fossils in museums, so people can see them, people can enjoy them, people can get...
No, that's not a bad line. I would have said, we bring extinct creatures back from the dead. We resurrect them. Metaphorically. You know?
Inspired by that.
In the past 15 years, Brussati has helped identify 15 new species of dinosaur.
About 170 million years ago, this would have been a watering hole. And today, you can literally walk in the footsteps of these dinosaurs. These prints here, believed to belong to the Brontosaurus.
No, it's not Brontosaurus. It's some kind of sauropod from the Middle Jurassic. Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus. It's from the end of the Jurassic period, on a different continent.
Brussati's team discovered around 50 dinosaur prints in this one location.
You had this dinosaur, this jeep-sized plant-eating dinosaur, literally stepping right here.
Brussati believes everything from long-necked sauropods to pterodactyls roam this part of Earth until an asteroid likely wiped them out.
I think the lesson for us is that the Earth is really old. The Earth changes a lot. And sometimes the species that are the best adapted for a certain climate or environment, if something changes, they can go extinct. And if it could
Anywho, yeah, so I've showed you this to show you that we're talking about like sea cliffs here and just really, really hard rock. So this dinosaur fossil had been discovered back in 1973, has not been collected until 2018, and then not published until 2025. So there can be decades, there can be more than half a century in between when a dinosaur is first discovered and then when it actually gets scientifically published. And this one has not been named, as far as I know. They're publishing on it, but they're not giving it a new name, probably because the material is not diagnostic enough. It's not well preserved enough, it's not special enough. There aren't enough new features on it to say, yes, this absolutely is a new dinosaur, and you can identify it based on these features in the bones. It doesn't seem like they have that. But we'll look at the paper. The skeleton was found in exposures of the Kilmalog Formation, north of the village of Elgol in the Isle of Skye. It comprises the most complete fossil of its kind in Scotland, and its original discovery predates the first dinosaur fossils from Skye. So yeah, it was the first dinosaur, I think, to be reported from the Isle of Skye, but not the first one published on, if that makes sense. The Middle Jurassic of Scotland is increasingly well represented by the fossil discoveries in the Kilmalog Formation, making it of global importance in our knowledge of this time period in tetrapod evolution, the researchers said. It is also the most complete definite dinosaur known from Scotland. They say definite dinosaur? I'm wondering why. Because not every fossil that you find is going to be easily identifiable. There are fragments of bone from these sites. There are whole bones where you can't say for certain that it's absolutely from a dinosaur. It could be from a plesiosaur or from some sort of crocodilomorph or something like that. So yeah, but this one is definitely from a dinosaur. So this is the most complete definite dinosaur known from Scotland, despite being broken into fragments with a partial ilium, that's an upper hip bone, neural arch and portions of ribs. So neural arch is one of the upper parts of the vertebrae. Portions of ribs and other pieces of larger elements. So it's not like they have a complete skull or anything. It doesn't sound like they have any skull elements. Just a few bits from near the posterior of the body. Hips, ribs, parts of vertebrae. The Middle Jurassic dinosaur was likely a member of the clade of ornithischian dinosaurs called ornithopods. If the specimen does represent an ornithischian, as tentatively suggested from the partial ilium and histological sectioning, it represents the geologically youngest known occurrence in Scotland, and the first from the Kilmalog Formation, the scientists said. We'll take a look at the paper here, and thank goodness we're on a roll today. It is open access. There we go.
Access granted.
Here is a link to that paper for anybody who wants to take a look. There it is right there. The first and most complete dinosaur skeleton from the Middle Jurassic of Scotland. I don't think they have a lot of material here. There it is from right there. Along this like sea cliff here. Not easy rock to work in. So here's a sketchbook. Notes made in 1973. Holy cow. And right there, that's, I think, maybe a photo from 73 as well. No. Photographed in 2016. There we go. So, oh shoot. In order to get this thing out, this is quite the undertaking. Remember I told you that it was really tricky? It must have been. Here they are using a huge rock drill to drill holes into the rock face. And did they use expanding clay or something? Yeah. And I thought this looked like the guy from RCI. Holy cow. What's his name? I met him at SVP this year. The guy from Research Casting International. I want to say his name's Phil? Or maybe Pat? I think his name's Pat. Yeah. That's funny. The block was detached from the parent rock using traditional plug and feather stone quarrying techniques. Okay. And lowered to beach level using slings anchored to the block and controlled by a mechanical ratchet. The block was transported from the excavation site to the landing site in the village of Elgol in a semi-rigid inflatable boat towed by a motorboat. So this was quite the undertaking, getting this thing out of the ground. Use. Yeah. Yowza. Oh, man. There is the block with the bones in it there. And it doesn't look like they have this fully prepped yet. But yeah, there we go. So we've got part of the ilium right here. We've got a partial vertebra. These are not the prettiest fossils, but they did do histo on them to try and figure out what is this thing. Let's look at the interior structure of the bone. Internal structure. Very cool. Yeah. The conclusions, it's funny, we just read this word for word, it looks like, in the press release. Oh, yeah, good stuff. Tantalizing bits of dinosaur from Scotland. Nothing super pretty, but the critters are there, you know? Yeah. And Caravan says, what were the arrangements of the continents when this dinosaur lived? Let me show you. Great question. So it would be, yeah, around this time, about 166, 170 million years ago. Oh, North America, South America, Africa, India down here, next to Antarctica and Australia. Asia, and then here is Europe. So Scotland at the time would be up here. So this is in the nascent Atlantic Ocean. Just as the Atlantic is starting to rift, like that, you've got Europe and North America starting to separate. The Atlantic Ocean is being born. And the Isle of Skye is up here. No. Yes. Gotta make sure I'm not mixing it up with Scandinavia. Yes. There's Great Britain, Ireland. There's the Isle of Skye up there. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Does that answer your question there? I hope so, Caroline. So at the time, this would have been a shallow, kind of semi-tropical sea up here. Kind of like the modern-day Mediterranean Sea. Sort of like that. And maybe a similar climate, too. That's pretty far north, says Jazzy Cat. Yes, but during the Middle Jurassic, being really far north does not mean really cold at this time. You had palm trees and, well, not palm trees yet, but you had ferns and mosses and cycads and stuff growing up there at this time. It would have been kind of subtropical. Yeah. But yeah. And is Pat or Phil someone who specializes in this kind of work? Not to my knowledge, Cinderella. Here, I'll show you where we've seen him before. Here it is.
Suited to mounting a real bow.
On YouTube. Okay. Research Casting International.
Build dinosaurs?
Here he is.
And you just stops them dead in their tracks. What do you mean, build dinosaurs?
Yeah.
We've got the bend going up nicely.
We were basically raising the tail 5 inches, so we bent the structural steel, and the reason why we did that was to keep it out of the reach of the public.
We have steel workers, we
Here he
have
is again.
blacksmiths, we have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have
Peter.
Artists like love having.
Not Pat, not Phil. Peter. Peter May is his name. Peter May. Here he is in the paper. I thought he looked familiar. I'm pretty darn sure that's him right there. And Research Casting International. Yeah. I think that's him. But he works for Research Casting International. He's the president and founder. I think that's him. Right there. Looks like him. Yeah. I'll give you a link to this video because it's pretty cool. I know we take a look at it a lot. Yeah. You had the letter correct, so you're good. I also couldn't remember his name when I met him in person. Just after I met Zeshi Luo, at the hotel bar at SVP, like I was telling you about earlier, I saw him come and sit down at the bar, and I went up and talked to him. And I think maybe he had had a long day. He'd probably just flown in from Canada, and he must have been tired. But he wasn't super keen on having a conversation. It's like, hey, that's okay. Just wanted to meet you. So I appreciate your work. We show this video from Research Casting International all the time on my streams. I don't think he really knew what I was talking about, but yeah. Should have said, hey, you're a celebrity to me. It's great to meet you. If I see him this next year in Birmingham at SVP, I'll make sure to say hello again. Anyhow, so yeah, very cool. We've got new dinosaur from Scotland, not named yet, and it's honestly a good thing that they didn't name it because it's based on such kind of fragmentary, not super diagnostic material. So this is good science here. They're restraining themselves. They could have named it, you know, we'll put it this way, lesser scientists would have named this a new genus and species, and then that would have created major headaches in the future when somebody found a decent skeleton and they're trying to compare it to these blobs here. It's like, is it the same thing? I don't know, you know? So it's a good thing that they didn't name it. Good for them. There's a link to that press release there. Let's cross that off our list. Oh man, we've got so many other stories to cover. Let's talk about pangolins here for a second, like on our wall today. These incredible animals just had their first fossil footprints described in the scientific literature. Pangolins are really neat animals. Oh, interesting. This is new.
It's an incredible thing to see just how innocent pangolins are.
It's an ancient creature that runs the risk of extinction. And we're trying to save a species.
If a pangolin's too small, it won't survive. The stakes are very high. I've still never seen a pangolin in the wild. Only ones that we've rescued from the illegal wildlife trade. And that was how I met Kulu.
Welcome to your new home. Between the hospital and the release process, we were losing pangolins. There needs to be a place where you can become a wild pangolin again.
There's definitely a fear of failure. I'd never had to nurture something so vulnerable in my life before. There's only so much pressure I can put on him to eat.
Like echidnas, these guys also eat
Kulu a long time to feel secure in the environment.
Every pangolin is going to face his dangers, but at some stage, Kulu needs to be wild.
He's freaking out. I got you, my buddy. Before pangolin rehabilitation, I was sort of in that stage of my life where I wanted something more meaningful.
So cool.
It's far easier to be vulnerable around a pangolin. Just the sense of freedom that I can give him out here. It changed the way I saw the world.
Hey, are you cleaning me?
I really just wanted to do the best job possible.
Are you all right? It's me, my buddy. It's me.
But there's got to be a point where you let go.
So this is new. This just came out like a month ago? I might have to check this out if we still have a Netflix subscription. We'll see. April 21st. There you go. But that's a pangolin. Pangolins are this really cool group of mammals that, we used to think that they were related to anteaters and sloths. No longer. Let's get back to mammals on our family tree here. On our tree of life. We now have a decent understanding that pangolins, they are a kind of mammal, of course. Instead of being related to the sloths and anteaters and armadillos, Xenarthra, this is the old idea, is that pangolins belong in here, maybe near anteater, or maybe near armadillos. They look almost armadillo-like, right? They almost look sloth-like or anteater-like in certain ways too. But turns out that's probably not the case. They're probably way over here, related to the carnivorans. So carnivorans are lions and tigers and bears, sea lions and otters and walruses and hyenas. That's carnivora right there. Dog-like carnivorans and cat-like carnivorans are the two major groups. Pangolins probably branch off just before you get to carnivorans, so their closest living relatives would be the carnivorans, we think. Which is unusual. They're so weird and different from other groups of animal. We think they probably split off about 65 million years ago and started doing their own thing. So, really interesting. Yeah. Neat. Very neat. And now, we've got the first fossil footprints of pangolins reported in the scientific literature. Really exciting. First fossil pangolin tracks discovered, where else? South Africa. Which I think is where that documentary is probably set, at least based on the guy's accent. That might not be in South Africa, but there are pangolins in South Africa. The giant ground pangolin is in South Africa and other parts of Africa too. Azur later says, I didn't know pangolins had their own category. They do now, yeah. Pholidota is that clade. There we go. Yeah, good stuff. So, a team of scientists who study vertebrate fossil tracks and traces on South Africa's southern Cape Coast have identified the world's first fossil pangolin trackway with the help of indigenous master trackers from Namibia. Ichnologists Charles Helm, Clive Thompson, and Jan de Vick tell the story. What did you find? A fossil trackway east of Still Bay in South Africa's Western Cape province was found in 2018 by a colleague and was brought to our attention. It was found on the surface of a loose block of aeolianite rock formed from hardened sand that had come to rest near the high tide mark in a private nature preserve. We studied it a bit, but our cautious approach required that we could not confidently pin down what had made the track. It remained enigmatic. So, like, here's some weird footprints. They don't know what's going on there. They knew it's important. It's something strange and hard to identify. Yeah. How did you eventually identify it? In 2023, we were working with two Juhwansi San colleagues from northeastern Namibia, Olma Dagam and Uche Nomache. I'm sure I'm butchering those pronunciations. I apologize. Doing my best here. Who've been interpreting tracks in the Kalahari for all their lives. They are certified indigenous master trackers, and we consider them to be among the finest trackers in the world today. We'd called on their expertise to help us understand more about the fossil tracks on the Cape South Coast. One example of the insights they provided was of hyena tracks, and we have published on this together. We showed them the intriguing trackway, which consisted of 8 tracks and 2 scuff marks made, apparently, by the animal's tail. They examined the track-bearing surface at length, conversed with one another for some time, and then made their pronouncement. The trackway had been registered by a pangolin. Really exciting. This was an astonishing claim, as no fossilized pangolin tracks had been previously recorded anywhere in the world. So these are the first of their kind. It also confirms that pangolins were once distributed across a larger range than they are now. We then created 3-dimensional digital models of the trackway using a technique called photogrammetry. I wonder if those files are available in the paper. It'd be really cool to 3D print them. Oh, man. We shared these images with other tracking and pangolin experts in Southern Africa, like CyberTracker, Tracker Academy, the African Pangolin Working Group, wildlife guides, and a pangolin researcher at the Tswalu Foundation. There were no dissenting voices. Not surprisingly, it was agreed that our San colleagues were highly likely correct in their interpretation. This is so cool. There's something really special about a fossil trackway compared with fossil bones. We talked about this when we were in St. George, remember? Unlike the dead remains, the preserved carcass of an animal shows the creature in death, trackway shows it in life, making marks on its environment, doing its thing while it's alive. And it's pretty special. It seems alive, as if the animal could have registered the tracks yesterday, rather than so long ago. Some pangolins are mostly bipedal, walking on 2 legs, at least the African giant pangolin is, with a distinctive, relatively ponderous gait. Track size and shape, the distance between the tracks, and the width of the trackway all provide useful clues, as do the tail scuff marks in the absence of obvious digit impressions. A pangolin hindfoot track, in the words of our master tracker colleagues, looks as if a round stick had been poked into the ground, and being slightly wider at the front end, it has a slightly triangular shape. So here is video of a pangolin walking. Yeah, oh, this is great. In slow motion here. They're so cool when they walk. Oh, man. Pretty neat. Look at that. It reminds me of like a big weird theropod dinosaur. You know? This might be how Spinosaurus walked. Potentially Deathsaurus, yeah. Yeah. Really neat. Intermittent bipedalism. There you go, Casey somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, because they'll rest on all 4s, but they'll walk on 2 legs. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Our master tracker colleagues are familiar with the tracks of Temminck's pangolin, Smutsia temminckii in the Kalahari, which was the probable species that registered the tracks that are now evident in stone on the Cape Coast. Oh, so this is really recent then, if it's a species that might still be around. Shoot. I was hoping it was from earlier in time. I guess not. Other track maker candidates, such as the serval with its slim straddle, were considered but were excluded or regarded as far less likely. So a serval, the kind of cat, yeah. They're really cool, and they belong in the wild. Do not take them into your home. They will drive you insane, and they will go insane themselves. They belong in the wild. They're really cool, weird cats. Very, very slender, very svelte. This is not the track maker they're saying. They considered it, but it's not a good candidate for having made those tracks. Pangolin is a far better candidate. Yeah. How old is the fossil track and how do you know? The surface would have consisted of loose dune sand. The pangolin walked on it. Now it's cemented into rock. We work with a colleague, Andrew Carr, at the University of Leicester in the UK. He uses a technique known as optimally stimulated luminescence to obtain the age of rocks in the area. The results he provided for the region suggest that these tracks were made between 90,000 and 140,000 years ago, during the Ice Ages, so during the Pleistocene. For much of this time, the coastline might have been as much as 100 kilometers south of its present location. So this is last Thursday, geologically speaking. Super recent. During the last Ice Ages, that's practically yesterday in terms of geology. Super, super recent. So what's important about this find? Firstly, this demonstrates what you can uncover when you bring together different kinds of knowledge. Our Western scientific approach, Western, from South Africa. Whatever. Combined with the remarkable skill sets of the master trackers, which have been inculcated in them from a very young age. Without them, the trackway would have remained enigmatic and would have deteriorated in quality due to erosion without the track maker ever being identified. Secondly, we hope it brings attention to the plight of the pangolin in modern times. There are 8 extant pangolin species in the world today, and all are considered to be threatened with extinction. Pangolin meat is regarded as a delicacy. Pangolin scales are used in traditional medicines, which are neither traditional nor are they medicine. Don't get me started on this. And pangolins are among the most trafficked wild animals on Earth. Large numbers in Africa are hunted for their meat every year. Espen Epoch says Western as in like European mindset? I take issue with that characterization. It's not the West. I'm from California. This is the West. Europe is East. Anyway. I understand that people use Western as a catch-all term for... Often it means like Western Europe and the UK and the United States and Canada. It often doesn't apply to... I don't know. It bugs me that it's using a cardinal direction as the descriptor. And it's... But other places that are further west than there, it doesn't count. Places that are at the same longitude, it doesn't... Anyway, it's just... This is my very literal mind taking issue with this, you know? But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Espen Bug. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad you're not as annoyed with me as I am with that use of that term. We need a better word for that, you know? Just say Anglo, you know? Western. You say Western, and I think of surfboards and the Pacific Coast. Or maybe if you go east from there, I think of, you know... Think of Monument Valley and John Wayne and cowboy hats and stuff. Western. Spurs and cowboy boots and stuff. Western. Just say Anglo. I don't know. Yeah. Beach Boys music. There you go, Ms. Art Rules. Yeah. Surf rock. European scientific tradition would be a better descriptor. I agree, Espen Epic. Yeah. Yeah. John Wayne is from Iowa, though. See, that's a good point, Reefer Sage. It's a good point. He was from Iowa. Although I think he lived much of his life and then later died in California, though, right? Yeah. John Wayne. Yep. He died there, UCLA Medical Center in Los Angeles. June 11th, 1979. Age 72. So yeah. I don't know. I associate John Wayne with California, because that's kind of where he had much of his career, but he is originally from Iowa, isn't he? Yeah. Anyhow. Pangolins. John Wayne was a U.S. secret, really? That's funny. So our San Indigenous Master Tracker colleagues have just completed their 3rd visit to the southern Cape Coast, thanks to funding from the Discovery Wilderness Trust. The research results have once again been both unexpected and stupendous, and their tracking skills have again been demonstrated to be unparalleled. Many more publications will undoubtedly ensue, bringing their expertise to the attention of the wider scientific community and anyone interested in our fossil heritage or in ancient hunter-gatherer traditions. We hope that our partnership continues to lead to our mutual benefit as we probe the secrets of the Pleistocene epoch by following the spoor of ancient animals. Very cool stuff. Here's a link to that. And here's the paper. And could we be so lucky? I think yes. No paywall here either. Open access.
Access granted.
Here's a link to that page from which you can download the PDF. And there's the PDF there. Good stuff. From the Pleistocene. Let's take a look at these tracks. There's the block there. Wow, so they didn't collect it. It's still out there in the field, presumably. But they did scan it really well. There you go. That's so funny. They just look like little potholes. They're so nondescript as tracks, but there is almost the hint of a tail scraping there, too. And there you go, because that's what their feet look like. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Very cool. Really neat. Again, take a look at this paper if you're interested. It is open access, no paywall. Good stuff. And I'd love to talk to like Tony Martin about this, about the potential to collaborate with indigenous peoples, with like master trackers from different cultures. What can we learn? How can they help advance the field of paleoichnology through their expertise? That's pretty cool. That's pretty darn cool. Yeah. And Aspen Epoch says, wait, are they bipedal? Yeah. Yeah, again. Maybe you weren't here for the video earlier. But yeah, they walk on 2 legs. Kind of just barely, but yeah. They're all hunched over. But they do indeed walk on 2 legs. Their little hands kind of held in front like this. So sometimes they kind of push off the ground with their hands too, but for the most part it's just their legs. How cool is that? Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Christopher Price Music, we just finished talking, here, we'll finish our pangolins right now, but we just finished talking about the Scottish dinosaur stuff. Here's a link to that press release if you want to read it for yourself. Otherwise you can check out the VOD. And can they swim? They can, Ungoy, yeah. Not super well, I don't think. But pangolins, like most mammals, nearly all mammals, can swim. Yeah. Cool stuff. So we've got, oh boy, potentially 4 different stories more to do. Let's talk about coelacanths here. Or no, let's talk about the Central Valley fossils first. Do we have any Californians here in the chat? Make some noise if you're from California. Where's that song? Gosh darn it. Hang on a second. Bear with me here. There. There we go. Not from, but currently living in, says Rachidactylus. Matt MTDC, also from California. Resort Rules, SoCal, yeah. Lordy. Can I be a sibling? Sure, Espinivak. Yeah. SoCal here, says Lee Trace. Nice. So, California, beautiful state. It's where I was born and raised, where I live now. Lordy was making fun of me this morning. She's like, "You're such a California kid, Daddy," and she's not wrong. California is known for many beautiful locales. One of them, though, is not the Central Valley for the most part. Sometimes called the armpit of California. The Central Valley is an extraordinarily important place for agriculture for the entire world. There's a tremendous amount of food that's grown in the Central Valley. So it's got that going for it. We like to make fun of the Central Valley here on Paleontologizing because I'm from the Bay Area. But I don't know. I really shouldn't, though, because the Central Valley is a hotspot for fossils. I don't know why, but we've got an article about that. I don't know if there's a new publication or what, but here's what makes California's Central Valley a fossil hotspot. Yeah. Yeah. In 1936, a Central Valley teenager made an incredible discovery. Gustine High School student Alan Bennison dug up the fossilized remains of a hadrosaur, not Hadrosaurus, that's wrong. A hadrosaur, a duck-billed dinosaur, that lived in North America during the late Cretaceous period, the Fresno Bee reported in 2013. The bones, which Bennison found in Del Puerto Canyon in Stanislaus County, represented the first scientifically documented discovery of a dinosaur fossil in California. About a year later, Bennison found the preserved skull and spine of a mosasaur in the foothills west of Gustine, according to previous reporting by the Fresno Bee and the West Side Index. The ancient marine reptile was later named Plotosaurus bennisoni and Bennison's honor. Most paleontological finds are done by amateur fossil hunters and even just regular people, said Michael George. He's right. Lead paleontologist at the Fossil Discovery Center of Madera County in Chowchilla. I haven't been there yet, but I want to go. Yeah, and then nice, Cthulhu hates hugs. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Spend some time in California. It's because of people's interest in the field that we as paleontologists can work on more and more fossils every day. According to George, the Central Valley is home to a number of significant fossil finds, including California's state dinosaur. This is true. Augustinilophus is from, I think is from the Central Valley. Could be Aleta palta is from San Diego. I think Augustinolophus is from... You know, let's look this up real quick, because I don't want to mislead anybody. Augustinolophus. Here we are. A holotype was unearthed in 1943. Where? Where is it from? Let's see. Doesn't say where it's from. It will be in this book, however. Dinosaurs and other Mesozoic reptiles of California. It's a well-loved book. I've had this since I was a kid. Read it cover to cover I don't know how many times, but most of those times were a long time ago. Alright. Where is this critter from? Here we go. Non-avian dinosaurs. And there is our hadrosaur there. This is before the critter was named. It was published in this book. Okay, hadrosaur remains found in California. 4 of them from here. This must be Fresno County, I think. That's probably what we're talking about here. Two very nearly complete skeletons of the Hadrosaur Saurolophus. That's this guy, later named Augustinolophus. From the west side of the San Joaquin Valley, then the most complete dinosaur fossils ever found in California. Okay, San Joaquin Valley, so they are from the Central Valley. Yes, indeed, the Moreno Formation, says Rakidactylus. Bingo, yeah. Probably from the Moreno Hills or Panoche Hills? Yeah. So most people see the Central Valley as all agriculture and flat lands, George said. I've been guilty of that before. When I don't stop to think about, oh yeah, there's actually a lot of fossils from there. During the Mesozoic area, a period spanning approximately 252 to 66 million years, known as the Age of Reptiles, most of California was underwater. Yes, indeed. That's why they find so many prehistoric ocean animals like mosasaurs, ammonites, and clams of all kinds. Even megalodon teeth in California. Yeah, but that's not... Megalodon is not from the Mesozoic, though, so that's misleading. Lots of Ice Age fauna from the Central Valley. Yeah, the majority of dinosaur fossils found in California belong to hadrosaurs, the duckbills. These herbivores thrived in what was once a coastal plain environment, said California Curator, a website dedicated to science and discovery in the Golden State. Their remains have been uncovered primarily in areas that were once submerged by ancient seas, such as parts of the San Diego Formation. There we go. One of the most significant fossil finds in the Central Valley was Augustinolophus morrisi, from California about 66 million years ago, the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs. Only 2 fossil specimens have ever been found. Both sets of bones were discovered in the Panoche Hills, west of Interstate 5. The first in Fresno County in 1939, and the second in San Benito County in 1941. These 2 specimens can be found in the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. We've seen these live on stream before. I'm not going to scrub through the VOD and try and find it, because I don't want to be spending all day doing this, but we've seen these live on stream. They're on display, which is really cool. We actually have a little video.
At And California, by the way, has a new dinosaur. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, take it slow, Jeff.
It is the
It's a tough one.
Augustinophilus morsi.
That's close. That's good.
It's close. I put
Augustinophilus.
the L at the wrong place.
Yeah, that's
It's
a
the
tough
state's
one.
first known vegetarian. And this particular
And that's not true, but whatever.
species fossils have only been found here in the Golden State. We're all trying to decide what the horn is for at the top.
So it's a crest, it's not a horn. But yeah. Yeah, where was that? Here we go.
So I'm going to write something down. I'm going to see if you guys can pronounce it, okay? All right?
This isn't your typical second grade lesson.
All right, you see the name up there? What is it?
Never mind. It's actually hard. Maurice.
Can you say August?
August.
Inophilus?
Inophilus.
Morrissey.
Morrissey.
So you
Or
put it all
Morrissey,
together,
yeah.
it's Augustinophilus Morrissey.
Why are we subjecting this group of Tahoe Elementary School students to a lesson in scientific pronunciation?
Augustinophilus.
Okay, very good.
That might be the only time I say it so smoothly.
It's actually all because of this man, Assemblyman Richard Bloom from Southern California.
There's a state folk dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
We're proud to have it as the only dinosaur that is native only to California.
That's not true. There's also Aletta pelta, which honestly I think would have been a better option for our state dinosaur. We saw this at the San Diego Natural History Museum at the NAT last September. I streamed this. Aletta pelta, this is an animal named by Jim Kirkland, actually. Papa Jim worked on this guy. Published on him with, I think with Ralph Molnar, whom I saw this morning in Berkeley. Small world, you know? Yeah. This is more unique than Augustinophilus. Augustinophilus might just be another species of Saurolophus. It might even be Saurolophus osborni or something. I don't really know. But Aletta pelta is more unique. It would have been a better state dinosaur, in my opinion. But, yeah. Anyway, if you want to watch the rest of this, here is a link. But it's neat to see the Central Valley get some attention here. With regard to paleontology. Yeah, this is good stuff. I'll give you a link to this too. As I understand it, there's not been a whole lot of field work in the Central Valley since the 1940s. And, well, now that I might have a new fossil hunting buddy moving to the state in August, Fisher McDarmid is going to be going to grad school in Stockton. We might have to make some trips down there to do some prospecting in certain areas. Let's see if we can find another dinosaur. That would be pretty cool. So yeah, we'll see. Anyway, Central Valley fossils. What else did I put in our going live message here? By the way, thank you for all of the likes and reposts there. Thank you, Bradam. Yeah. Central Valley fossils, check. Pangolin tracks, check. Mongolian Mesozoic mammal, check. Scottish dinosaurs, check. Potential aquatic fossil echidnas, check. But what was the fastest dinosaur? Oh, and new coelacanth science too. Yeah. Let's cover the coelacanth thing real quick, and then we'll get into fastest dinosaur discussion here. Oh boy, the headline. Dinosaur fish thought extinct reveals itself in Blancpain mission? Okay.
dinosaur fish. So coelacanths predate the dinosaurs by like 200 million years. They're very close to our ancestry as tetrapods. In fact, the ancestry of all tetrapods, including dinosaurs. Calling them dinosaur fish is a misnomer, and I hope they say that in the actual text of the article here. We'll see. A dinosaur fish, once believed to have vanished from the Earth some 70 million years ago, has come back from the dead to reveal itself to underwater explorers. Here, some of you are probably not aware of the story of the coelacanth. Let's see if I can find... And holy cow, stats bloke! My goodness. Holy moly, Stats Bloke. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's wonderful to have you here. How was your stream, Stats Bloke? I hope it was really good. Welcome, welcome. While this musical interlude is continuing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs. I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. And by this time next month, I'm going to be out in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs, which I'm very excited about. I'll be streaming that live, so tune in for that. The entire month of June, we're going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream, like I've been doing for the past 3 years. Excited to go into year 4. Yeah, the stream was fun. Glad to hear it, Stats Bloke. Glad to hear it. We've been going over some fossil news, and we've got a new story on the coelacanth here, and so I want to introduce everybody to this concept. There we go. Yeah.
Years old.
Well, we're down in the basement of the museum now, and the fossil fish collection is through here. Let's open the door.
John Macy is a paleontologist at the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
The collection's arranged in a systematic sequence or in an evolutionary sequence. And the coelacanth fossils we keep in these cabinets. For example, here are some small coelacanths from right around here. These probably live in fresh water. These are about a shade over 200 million years old.
Nice.
Now, these didn't get much bigger than
back in the Triassic period.
These coelacanths lived at a time when North America was still attached to Africa. So New York could have been very close to Morocco at this time.
Yep. So those coelacanths are just older
along
than the
with
ones
the
we were
other
digging
major
up
groups
in,
of fishes we know today
in
about
Utah.
400 million years ago. Then, the Earth was more or less one large landmass.
Yep.
Over time, this supercontinent separated into what is now essentially the modern globe, leaving coelacanth fossils on every continent except Antarctica.
And since then, coelacanths have been found in Antarctica too. So we now have coelacanth fossils from all 7 continents, including Antarctica. And that's right,
These fossils had been known to science since the 1830s. They'd been found in widely varying sizes, but with several distinguishing features. An oddly hinged joint in the head. Fins that had a limb-like structure. And hollow fin rays supporting the distinctive tail.
Yep. So the name coelacanth means, well, they're probably going to say that right here, but it means hollow spine. Coelacanth. Coelo means hollow, canth means spine, like acanthus or Acrocanthosaurus, the high-spined lizard.
The oddly spelled name comes from the Greek, meaning hollow spine.
Yep.
J.L.B. Smith wrote that finding a living coelacanth was like walking down the street and running into a dinosaur.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Scientists were skeptical
Hey, Never
that
Winter
the fish
Fool.
in
Welcome,
East
welcome.
London was
Good
a
to see
true
ya.
living fossil. Even Smith worried that perhaps the coelacanth had lain somewhere in the ocean
Rakedactylus says, Danny, what?
bed, in some preserving ooze or mud these millions of years. But Marjorie soon assured him that the fish had snapped at its captors before dying.
Yep.
The press played up the idea of a missing link, an idea also derived from Darwin's theory of evolution.
Did I wasn't trying to make a joke there. Did I miss something? Yeah.
Darwin proposed that life came out of the sea.
Oh, and I hate this animation right here. It's super misleading. It's not what Darwin even thought. But anyway, coelacanth, just incredible, you know? Marjorie Courtney Latimer, who discovered it, she recognized it as something important, rather.
On December 22nd, 1938, a fishing trawler steamed into the East London harbor. On the deck was a pile of sea life dredged up after a freak storm. But these fish were not all meant for market.
Yep.
It was a pile of sponges and starfish and rat-tailed fish, and you name it, they were there.
When putting together new exhibits at the museum, Marjorie often obtained samples from local fishermen.
And from underneath this crowd, there was this one fin sticking out, this blue fin. And I thought, what on earth could this be? Then I moved all the fish. There was this beautiful, beautiful fish.
Yep.
Iridescent colors all over the fish.
No worries,
solid, it's just on 5 foot long, rough scales, and very big eyes, very big blue eyes. These peculiar limb-like fins, something I'd never seen in a fish in my life.
Marjorie had been an avid collector since childhood. She knew instinctively that this was an important find.
I thought, no, whatever happens, this fish has got to be saved.
So she knew it was important. She didn't know what it was.
She was able to cart the fish back to the museum. This was 1938, and there was no easy way to refrigerate and preserve the specimen. She inquired at the local mortuary.
And so I went in, and this very tall, very gaunt-looking gentleman said, what could he do for me? So I said, you know, I've got this beautiful fish. And I said, I have to try and save it. And I wondered if you could put it into the mortuary. So he drew himself up, right nearly up to the roof, and he said, never heard of such an iniquitous suggestion. Most definitely not. Most definitely not.
Marjorie.
In desperation, she sent off a note and a sketch to a professor at Rhodes University, 100 miles away in Grahamstown.
J.L.B. Smith.
Professor J.L.B. Smith was trained as a chemist, but his passion was ichthyology, the study of fish. His work in this field would soon change the face of science.
Let me take you to L4.
Professor Smith's one-time secretary and archivist is Jean Pote.
This is it. This is a very interesting file. It's correspondence with Marjorie Courtney Latimer from 1936 onwards. And in this file is, I think, the original drawing.
That's it right there? Look at
That is the original drawing by Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
That's a piece of history right there. It should be in a museum.
And as soon as he saw that, he knew that it was something really rare.
For J.L.B. Smith, it was more than rare. It was an impossibility. If that drawing were correct, this fish should have died out with the dinosaurs.
But it didn't. You know?
Smith's wife, Margaret, described his reaction.
It was the 3rd of January 1939,
and I suddenly felt almost shock waves coming from my husband, who was standing up reading a letter. And through the back of the letter I could see a picture of a fish. And he pointed to the drawing of the tail. And he said, you see that tail? That tail belongs to fishes that have been extinct for millions and millions of years.
Smith was confused and puzzled. He almost hoped he was wrong about the identification of this creature. But if he was right, the implications were staggering. Despite his initial excitement, he was unable to examine the fish in person for nearly 2 months, leaving Marjorie Courtney Latimer to deal with this strange creature alone.
He probably thought I was making a mistake. Well, I'd sketched it, and I'd written all these letters to him about it. But he probably thought, you know, I was young and inexperienced with ichthyology. It's a funny thing to just suddenly decide about bring a fossil fish out into the open.
Marjorie was left with no choice. In order to save the fish for scientific study, she had it skinned and mounted. But without any preservatives, the internal organs had to be discarded. This was later described by Smith as one of the most terrible tragedies in science.
She did everything she could.
So there were a lot of confusions in the beginning, and I got blamed for losing the innards of the fish. I had to bear that all my life. But still, the main thing was we saved the thing we saved the skin and the top specimen.
Yep, and there it is. I love that they didn't let it be taken away to the museum in London. They didn't let it be taken away to the American Museum of Natural History in New York City or something. It is still there in East London, South Africa, to this very day, in this little regional municipal museum. And that is that museum's claim to fame. That is their pride and joy. It's still there in that little museum.
On the 16th of February, at 10 o'clock, Professor Smith walked into my office. I've been waiting for him since the 22nd of December.
That first sight hit me like a white-hot blast, Smith later wrote. It made me feel shaky and queer. My body tingled. I stood as if stricken to stone.
He walked round the table and he said, this fish will be on the lips of every scientist in the world. It's a coelacanth.
Yep. And so this was huge news. This actually helped inspire the film The Creature from the Black Lagoon. This was a phenomenon at the time. It was, headline news.
And Milan welcomed the publicity.
Anyhow, yeah.
This is Movie Joe. Donald Marston reporting. Meet Professor Smith of Grahamstown, South Africa, with a model of that famous fish, the coelacanth.
Coelacanths are close relatives of the fish that scientists consider as the ancestor of all land animals. The coelacanths have lived for probably 350 million years, and in that time they have changed but little.
Yes, the professor says the fish is a kind of ancestor of man. Poor fish.
Anywho, this was huge news in the 1950s. I think it was 52? I might have that wrong. But it was over a decade in between the first specimen being identified by Marjorie Courtney Latimer and saved for science, and then them actually catching another specimen, and then being able to examine the whole thing, guts and all. Not just the skin taxidermied. Again, she had to throw away the internal organs. Having the whole thing there, being able to understand its internal anatomy, that didn't happen until the 50s, and that was huge news. This isn't some myth or legend. This isn't, some spook story about Bigfoots or whatever. This is a real animal, and today we know that there are two populations. They're both intensely scientifically studied. One in the Indian Ocean off the east coast of southern Africa, around like the Comoros Islands and Comoro Islands. And then there's another population in Indonesia. So yeah, and this is the news here. This living fossil, well, here, shoot, maybe before we get to that, let's look at the Indonesian part. Here we go.
The echo of the events in South Africa some 60 years before. Mark Erdman, a marine biologist studying coral shrimp, and Arnaz Mehta, a naturalist, had just started a life together as husband and wife here in Indonesia when the coelacanth made its unexpected appearance. It all began in the local fish market when Mark and Arnaz, stepping out of a taxi, spotted a strange-looking fish on a fish cart.
I went over to the cart and I stared at this fish, thinking it was a grouper at first, but then the head was all wrong and everything was wrong about it. And then I called Mark over and our other two friends. They came and looked at it, and Mark sort of in disbelief.
Dr. Morbius says they found one off the coast of San Diego. I think you're thinking of something else, Dr. Morbius. I think you're thinking of an oarfish or something. Coelacanths have only ever been found in the Indian Ocean. Like I said, off the east coast of Africa and then in the Indonesian archipelago. Yeah.
Disbelief said it was a coelacanth.
It just seemed really kind of incredulous that we could step out of a taxi.
And she was speaking Bahasa Indonesia. Very cool, Hibiscus. Yeah, one of my roommates in Montana, he was from Jakarta. And he spoke Bahasa and he spoke, what was the other language? When he would call home, he would speak either Bahasa Indonesia or, I forget the other language. But there's literally hundreds, if not thousands, of languages spoken within the nation of Indonesia. It's nuts. There's so many different languages. Yeah. And Dr. Morbius says, yeah, Google it. It was spotted via submersible. Give me a link, Dr. Morbius, because I am 100% certain that that's not the case. Yeah. Not Javanese, I don't think. It was a different language. Wasn't Batawi or Sundanese. I forget what it was. Shoot. Maybe it was Javanese. I don't think so, though. Yeah.
See in a city of over 500,000 people and see something that was really a big deal go wheeling by on a fish cart.
They took a photograph, but did not purchase the fish, thinking Indonesian coelacanths were already well known to science.
Yeah, they're like, well, this has got to already be known about, right? These people aren't treating it like it's anything special. I'm sure this is a run-of-the-mill thing. We're going to take a photo, but we're not going to buy it, you know. And then later they realize, oh, shoot, this was a species brand new to science. Oh, we should have purchased it, you know? Yeah. And let's see, what is this? Three days ago, what? Writing news, science fiction. I have not heard about this anywhere else. I'm deeply skeptical of this. It might be an AI-generated story that is being picked up. There you go, Rhacodactylus. Okay. Fake California coelacanth. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like I said, this would have been absolutely every ichthyologist, evolutionary biologist, paleontologist would have been talking about this non-stop since it happened, if it were real. So, yeah. It's been debunked, it seems, says Deathsaurus. Yeah, there we go. So sorry, Dr. Morbius, not a good source. But
Yeah, yeah. Anywho, it was immediately clear that something was wrong with the article. While the website looks legitimate, the tone of the story stinks of AI generation. There were no names and details given, no images, and only one clue to follow. The involvement of the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, Mbari, and Scripps. Yeah, and I'm sure if you were to contact Monterey Bay Aquarium, they'd say, yeah, this didn't happen. I suspect it will continue to propagate until Mbari or Scripps makes a strong statement about its falsity. And a Redditor noted that Google AI is already using the Reddit post about the original story before it was even shown to be fake as a source, saying that the new sighting has been made in California. We were just talking about this earlier, where somebody was, before I even started today's stream, when we were still on the, like, starting soon screen, somebody in the chat asked what was the largest fossil insect to have ever lived. Yeah, and you type this into Google, and it gives you an answer that is completely wrong. Oh, hang on. No, this is right, but somebody else got the wrong answer. This is actually correct here. To ever exist, maybe? Oh. Meganeropsis would be a giant dragonfly-like animal, so yeah, that would be... Yeah, anyway, somebody was saying earlier, Linian, we were talking about this, right? They got the answer Arthropleura, which is not an insect. It's a millipede, or a stem millipede, like a millipede relative. Millipedes are not insects. So anyway, yeah. Scripts or certain ad block programs. I want to do that, Hibiscus. I had a Chrome extension that would do that, and it's since been disabled. It's no longer available, so I gotta look for something else. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, AI strikes again, yeah. Community Time says use Firefox. If I were to use Firefox, then this functionality wouldn't work. Chrome is how I do my closed captions, and I want to make these broadcasts as accessible as I can. The last time I checked, which was a couple months ago, Firefox didn't have this functionality. You couldn't use Stream Closed Captioner like this in Firefox. So I have to use Chrome. There's a number of other things that I use in Chrome too that Firefox just doesn't have. I'll use it for certain things every once in a while, but for the most part I use Chrome just because it has the most tools available to me. Yeah. And Terminator Pig says, thank you, Danny. I use closed captions. You bet, Terminator Pig. Yeah. But yeah. I never knew about millipedes. Mind kind of blown. Yeah. D-Millie. Yeah, millipedes are not insects. They are myriapods. I'll show you on our Tree of Life. So insect, insecta, that's this clade here. Insects. Now, if millipedes were a kind of insect, they'd be from this part of the tree, you know? But they're not. You'll see when we type in millipedes. They're from outside. They're way over there. Millipedes are kind of myriapod. There we go. They are not insects. Insects, in general, have 6 legs. There might be a few exceptions to that, but I think it's a rule that they stick to pretty well.
Millipedes have way more than 6 legs. They're not insects. They branched off earlier. In some ways, millipedes are more primitive than insects, so they're earlier diverging. Oh, centipedes are also myriapods. There you go, Ramen. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, Indonesian coelacanth.
But they
Back to this.
soon learned the uniqueness of their sighting. No scientist had ever found a coelacanth, except near South Africa and the Comoros Islands. Mark and Arnaz quickly embarked on a quest to find a second specimen. Like J.L.B. Smith before them, they enlisted the aid of local fishermen. A new hunt was on for the elusive coelacanth. As in the Comoros, this fish was known locally. Fishermen called it Raja Laut,
King of the
Sea.
Mark wanted to make sure that if one was captured again by these fishermen, that he would be able to get it. So he offered a very modest reward. I think it was perhaps double the market price, and it's not a good-eating fish, so the market price couldn't have been very high. But it was enough to entice the fishermen to bring it to him when they caught it, and that's exactly what happened.
So I think the reason
10 months after the initial sighting,
I think the reason why he didn't offer very much money is he kind of wanted to keep this quiet. If he was going to offer 100 times the market price, which is what it was worth, then like other researchers at other universities and museums and aquaria would find out about this, and like suddenly everybody would be out there trying to catch this fish, and that might impact their populations. That might drive them closer to extinction.
Mark and Arnaz had a visit.
And my boatman showed up, and he burst out.
And hang on, did I see confused echidna here? Echidna, welcome back to Paleontologizing. We were talking all about echidnas earlier. Shoot, I wish you were here. There's a new paper that just came out doing an analysis of a humerus, an upper arm bone from a Cretaceous monotreme, and as it turns out, it might be that the ancestor of echidnas was aquatic, just like the platypus. So both the platypus and the echidna may have evolved from an aquatic ancestor, which is really neat to think about. Anyway, back to this.
If one was captured again by these fishermen, that he would be able to get it. So he offered instead of happened.
Then, 10 months after the initial sighting, Mark and Arnaz had a visit.
And my boatman showed up, and he burst out, "Ada Raja Laut. Come quickly, there's a coelacanth on the beach." We rushed down the stairs. Arnaz grabbed the video camera, and we went down to see if this was indeed the fish.
Just incredible.
Like all of its predecessors, the creature soon found life at the surface impossible. But before the great fish died, the couple took it out to deeper water to get photographs in a more natural setting. Arnaz even had a few moments to swim alongside.
The fish had been caught several hours earlier, and it was really down to its final hour. During that time, her fins were still moving, still flouncing, and then her dorsal fin would raise, and then once in a while she would take a big gulp of water. And she was extremely calm in her inevitable demise. I couldn't get over how beautiful her scales were. There are these, these scales that were speckled with these gold flecks, and it was like a slow dance.
It's certainly sad to watch such a majestic beast die so slowly.
When DNA samples of the Indonesian coelacanth were sequenced, they suggested that this was a new species and dissuaded scientists from the idea that the Indonesian fish was a stray. In fact, From the DNA analysis, it seems that the two populations were separated many millions of years ago. Once again, the mysterious fossil fish surprised scientists around the world.
Very cool. I'll give you a link to this documentary here. Let's get into our news story. There we go. A dinosaur fish, that term, once believed to have vanished from the Earth 70 million years ago, has come back from the dead to reveal itself to underwater explorers. Come back from the dead. This is... It's probably the editor writing this part of it. Yeah, but this living fossil marks the first time that the coelacanth of the Maluku archipelago, a species native to this region of Indonesia, has been captured on camera in its habitat, alive and more than a decade on from the moment underwater photographer Laurent Balesta made history with his own encounter with the West Indian Ocean species in South Africa. This documented return of the coelacanth was part of a wider expedition backed by the dive watch specialist Blanc Paul. The honor of making the discovery fell to the underwater photographer and explorer Alexis Chipuy, Unseen Expedition. Now credited with bringing back the first images of this species, the Indonesian coelacanth, Latimeria manatoensis, ever taken by divers in its natural habitat, some 145 meters beneath the water's surface. Given that it was thought to be extinct for the last few million years, last 60 plus million years, it's little surprise to find that both extant coelacanth species are on the IUCN Red List. They're both endangered, with the Indian West Ocean Latimeria chilemnae listed as critically endangered, and the Indonesian Latimeria manatoensis listed as vulnerable. Okay, so not endangered, but vulnerable. Their elusive nature and iconic status make coelacanths a flagship species in bringing attention, both local and international, to conservation efforts. In 2013, the world-renowned diver and long-standing partner of the check out these images. It's so cool. So you see coelacanths sometimes in different poses, and sometimes artists will kind of copy the same poses again and again because there's not that many photographs of these critters. This is a new pose, and I really like this here. Kind of doing, you know, a bilateral symmetry thing. The fins are... They're not doing the, like, walking through the water thing where the fins are flouncing in different directions. It's just bilaterally symmetrical here. And with that second dorsal fin kind of pointing straight back like this, it's really cool. I like this pose. When I end up 3D printing a coelacanth model for the museum in St. George, I might use this photo as my model there, possibly. Yeah. But this is awesome. Reiko says, dang, that's a good photo. Isn't that great? Yeah. The discovery was made during a morning deep dive in October 2024, in which the team used closed-circuit rebreathers and Trimex breathing gases, reaching a depth of 125 meters. So this is not your traditional, typical scuba diving. This is more complicated. This is deeper. This is, frankly, a lot more dangerous. The encounters lasted about 5 minutes for the first dive and 8 minutes for the second, before the divers had to start making their way up to the surface. So that's the thing. In order to stop getting, prevent themselves from getting the bends, like nitrogen building up in their blood, they've got to ascend very, very slowly back up. And that might take multiple hours. You might have only, like, a few minutes down at depth before you have to turn around and start slowly making your way back up to the surface. You surface too quickly, you will die. You'll get nitrogen building up in your blood, and yeah, the bends is no joke. And do coelacanths have a dorsal fin spine? Asks XVR. Oh, good question. They've got multiple. So, unlike your hybodont shark, who's just got one in front of each fin, coelacanths have got a bunch. I'm trying to count, but photo and big inner thing is being annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At least 9. And they kind of form a fan like that. That's where coelacanths get their name. The name coelacanth means hollow spine, because those spines are hollow. So those are not for defense, not like on a hybodont shark. Those spines are just to give structure to that fin. And they can raise that or lower it, you know, almost like, it reminds me, of like the sails on a junk. One of these sailing vessels like this. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Same deal. For just a few minutes of these depths, divers need hours of decompression, floating a few meters below the surface in the open ocean. And the research paper has been published in Nature. Excellent. Yeah. Very cool. This is good news for the conservation of this highly vulnerable vertebrate, and supports the hypothesis that the Indonesian coelacanth might present a more extensive distribution range than initially thought. So it could be their population might be bigger because they might exist in a wider range, which would be really cool. It also highlights the importance of the eastern Indonesian waters as a marine biodiversity hotspot, and reminds us of the necessity of protecting deep reef ecosystems from human activity as they host endemic, sensitive, and threatened species. Chapuis believes that the Blancpain-backed expedition could also open the door to a future of non-invasive research on Indonesian coelacanths. For example, in the future, it should be possible to collect in situ DNA samples from living specimens without having to harm or catch them, which would provide critical information about the nature, composition, and repartition of Latimeria across Indonesia, he said. Meanwhile, we hope this discovery will encourage local and national authorities to increase conservation efforts in this vibrant and biodiverse region, which is now confirmed to be hosting one of the most elusive and emblematic marine species found in Indonesian waters. Very cool stuff. And here is the paper in Nature. Nature Scientific Reports, which, once again, is open access here. No paywall. We've been getting very lucky today. All these open access papers. Here is a link right there if you'd like to take a look at the paper. And there it is. We report here the first observations of an adult coelacanth in the northern Maluku province of Indonesia, and the first in situ images taken by divers of an Indonesian coelacanth. So the ones earlier with the married couple of naturalists who had discovered the Indonesian coelacanth, I say discovered with quotation marks, those photos were not taken in the animal's natural habitat. Those were like kind of just below the surface as the animal is dying. These critters live at depth, and they don't normally come up to the surface. If they do, they can suffer decompression sickness and die, as I understand it. So these are the first photos taken of these animals in their natural habitat. After successfully identifying suitable ecosystems during previous deep technical dives, this discovery contributes to our understanding of the biogeography and ecology of this vulnerable species. It provides additional insights about its natural behavior. Ultimately, we expect this work to help address coelacanth conservation in Indonesia in an international context of dramatic biodiversity decline and natural ecosystems destruction. That's something we'll be talking about tomorrow with Rhacodactylus, I'm sure. Kind of the current state of the world and what we as scientists can do to try and fight this, and how we ourselves are being fought by governments like our own government here in the U.S. Here's a piece of good news. these coelacanths might actually be more widespread and more common than we'd previously feared. Their populations might be larger, they might exist over a wider range. I sincerely wish we had these critters off the coast of California. I actually got really excited for a second, and I had to tone that down and go, oh, let's check the sources on this. But I do hold out hope that one day there will be another population of coelacanths discovered somewhere. It doesn't seem like that's happened yet. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that report turns out to be true, but I don't think it's going to. We'll see as the days go on. But if it does turn out to be true, that is going to be humongous news. Everybody's going to be talking about that. Anyhow. Captain Lamy says, I hope they do increase conservation efforts. Me too. Coelacanths are one of my favorite critters. They're so cool. Anyway. We were going to talk about estimating the running speeds of different dinosaurs, but it's way later than... We're running like an hour later than I normally stream, practically. It's almost 7 o'clock, and so I've got some stuff I got to do tonight. I've got emails to reply to. I've got to continue packing my things for a big trip at the end of the week. And I've got to get ready for tomorrow's stream, too, with Rhacodactylus. So we're going to wrap up today's stream, and we can talk about dinosaur running speeds tomorrow. I hope you'll join me then. Here is a Deinonychus skull to run our credits over. And whom can we raid into? Maybe somebody doing some science on Twitch right now. Who have we got? Science Streams is live. Let's go check in with Balint. Yeah. Balint and Lita are molecular and systems biologists. They are fellow scientists here on Twitch. They do really good science outreach. You're gonna have a good time there. And it looks like they're just starting off. 48 viewers. Let's get those numbers significantly higher with a raid here. It's gonna be good. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits. From those hardworking and beloved moderators, to the brand new followers, to the raiders, and the gifters, and the cheerers. It's because of your financial support that I can continue to do this full time. This would not be possible. I would not be here without your financial support. So thank you for that. And to a certain extent, same goes for the viewers. Chatters, question askers, lurkers too. Without those views, we wouldn't have a channel. So thanks for watching. Hope you learned something today. I hope you had fun. I know I did. Let's go check out what Science Streams is up to. I'll see you there, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
If we got